Hi, chat. Hold on, I'm stuck on something. Hold on. Hold on. Hi, chat. Hold on. Oh, I think I'm good. Hi, chat. Hello. Good morning. Hi. Chat, I'm back. Chat, everything sound okay? Hello. Good morning. Hello. Chat, welcome back to sewing. Welcome back to Bat Week if you didn't see. We're making bats all week. Because the 17th is International Bat Day. So hello. I'd also like to point out my gloves are covered in cat hair. Because I pet the cat yesterday. So, don't make fun of me, chat. But I'm gonna put the same gloves on. I like these ones better than the brown ones. Chat, I hope you guys all had a... No, bat, not bath. Bat. Not you had a bad day. That's a different one. I chat. Chat, I had a very low, slow, and, tired start this morning. And then I turned on my computer, and then Baldur's Gate 3 had an update. One of these days, Baldur's Gate 1 or 2 will have an update instead. And it'll be, like, 50 times faster, because that game is only, like, 2 megabytes. So hi, chat. Hello. Chat, if you missed it, yesterday we made this blueberry bat. Today, we're gonna make a large bat. Tomorrow, we're gonna make a fat bat, which is a totally different pattern. Guys, why are we all making bat puns? What happened? But then Thursday, we're going to make a tiny bat. And then Friday, we're going to play a bat game. So chat, it's all bats all week. So hello, thanks for everybody for joining. There was a lot more people than I thought yesterday. I looked at the stream summary yesterday. So thank you, everybody. I really appreciate you guys all being here because I know this isn't my normal content. Hold on. If I go this way... No, we're good. Chat, I don't run over a cord. Hi, chat. Hello. Chat, it's me. I'm here. Chat, I have hands. It's still the same nail polish. That didn't change. I didn't have the time to do my nails last night. So we're just sticking with these nails, I think, for the foreseeable week. Unless something catastrophic happens and a bat destroys my nails. So... Feels upside down? Is it upside down? Oh, it is. Hold on. Which button is it? Is it this one? No, that's the brightness? Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Hold on, now how do I make it not bright? Hold on, how do I make it not bright? Okay. That's brightness. Is it this one? Oh, no, that's not it. So this one. Hey! I did it! Chat, I did it! Chat, we're no longer upside down. Are you guys excited? There is normal content. Games are normal content. Simulation games are normal content. That's why we had Simulation Week last week. Everything was simulation games. Chat, I did it! There's buttons on top of this camera. So there's, I guess, brighten and dim. No, brighten and dim. Flip. Vertical. And then flip horizontal. And then I don't know what the button is in the middle. But then there's also a light here. So this is a pretty cool camera. So thank you. Thank you, Strong Beef. I appreciate it. So chat, we're back. And you may notice our little buddy hasn't moved since yesterday. I went and did yoga after the stream, after my doctor's appointment, like my doctor is prescribed. And then I got tired and I laid down and I took a nap. And I didn't make dinner. So we had to pick up dinner. And I was too tired to come back and finish the bat. So chat, we're gonna finish the bat really quickly. So now I'll get to show you guys how this guy gets finished. So hi, chat. If you haven't seen, we're making bats all week. I've made quite a few of these on stream, but today we're going to be making a large one. But thankfully, I don't have a time limit today like I did yesterday, so we should be able to finish both bats today. Sound good, chat? See, now we can knot this. All right, so chat, this guy does not currently have a head. I lied to you all. Chat, I'm sorry I lied, but I lied. He's not actually together. One of the nice cheat things that you could do for stuff like this, especially when you're doing commission work and stuff like that, is to just pin the things together before you finish it. So, will the lights stop? You know, that's a good question. I don't know, probably when Bat Week is over. So, chat, if you saw yesterday, we did stuff this guy, so he's completely stuffed. There's also the stuff from all of that literally all over my workstation, so that's great. I'm already going to be covered. Alright, I probably shouldn't have put on my nice sweatshirt, but here we are. So chat, he's all set. What we're going to do... Now, they're a little harmed. They get stabbed. They're fine. They're a little stabbed. But let's see if I can finagle out this. There we go. So unfortunately, when you're stuffing, what's going to happen is all of your extra bits of all of your fabric is going to get shoved underneath. And obviously you don't want that because you want to be able to actually put all this together. So we're going to shove all this in. Just like this, and then we're going to sew this up. Don't worry, chat. You guys are going to see the entire process again. Are you guys excited? Are you all excited? So, we're going to do a running stitch through here. We're going to go back and forth. It's just a very simple one. As you can see, we don't care where it goes. We're just going to weave in and out. In and out. Through each section of the little head. Because this head is actually 3 different parts. Alright, we're going to do this again. And then finally over here, going back towards the beginning, as you can see, when I start pulling the thread, it's going to start doing its magic. So we're going to pull it. I'm going to very carefully shove all of this back underneath. And we're going to pull. And this running stitch, we're going to be able to close up that head. Isn't that cool? Chat, I should have just done this yesterday on stream. I should have just stayed the extra 20 minutes. I was still late having my lunch. I was having my lunch with my doctor. He laughed. Now what I'm going to do is we're going to go back and forth between all of these different spots. So we're just going to keep cutting across, and this is going to create a web where this is actually going to get tighter and tighter. Look at that, chat. It's all closed up. Isn't that nifty? So now you're not going to see any of that raw edge, and none of the stuffing is going to fall out. Isn't that cool? Look at that, chat. Blueberry's on his way to being a full-fledged bat. We're so proud of you. Look at that. All gone. Didn't have to do any real work. And now let's knot this. We'll do this a couple of times. And we'll go and do another knot, and there we go. So now I'm going to take my needle, I'm going to bury this thread. So we're just going to go straight up, pull, and trim. Look at that! Chat, we got a bat head. Hi, Cap'n. Chat, we talked about Cap'n's project yesterday. I have made no headway. I'm still waiting on the buckles to dry, so I can't finish his apron yet. So I'm like, damn it. But my roommate was kind enough to go and spray it all with Mr. Super Clear. So if any of you guys do Gunpla, you know exactly what that is. For those of you that don't, it is a clear setting spray directly from Japan. And it's meant for Gunpla models. It's a little hard to describe, but it's very... It's slightly tacky. You could also use it in the ball-jointed doll community, and you use that to put your face up on your Dolphies. Which is what I use mine for. Look, chat, we've got a little nose. Chat, we've got a nose. I didn't overstuff him. We've got a little bit of a nose. Hi, Strong Beef. Look at the nose. All right. So... Oh my god, I can't. Come on, I'm trying to be lazy. Just take a fingernail. I don't want to... Oh my god. I just wanted to... Alright, got it. Chat, my floor is destroyed. If you haven't seen how I sew before, I just... This is gonna sound horrible. I just throw everything on the floor. Because I'm an awful person, chat. I'm an awful, horrible person, and my office is completely destroyed. Once again. Alright, so now... I ran out of thread, so let's go ahead and do this again. However, this should be the last of the blueberry thread that we need. It does explain satisfactory. I was working on that, actually, off-stream. I did indeed go and make 50 fuel outputs. The only problem is that the turbo fuel is now very slow. So I need to go and up the production of the compacted coal in order for more turbo fuel to be made, for more rocket fuel to be burned. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Also, depending, chat, Saturday's plans may change, so if that's the case, we'll either cancel or maybe I'll just do satisfactory by myself. But that, I really did get my finger yesterday. There is definitely like a little tiny bruise. You could barely see it. It's very small. It's right there on the side of the nail. Very little. But there is most definitely a big bruise line there. Hi, Raven. Chat, everybody drink water. Chat, you guys could see me drink water. Are you all excited? You guys get to see me drink water. I do have to replace my water bottle, though. Because once again, the little spout, because I like a little plastic spout, is splitting down the middle. I don't know how that happens. I don't know if that's cold water or what. But I think I have to get a different one, so it's split from here all the way to this top bit. I haven't seen the other one. I don't know if that one's doing the same thing, but it's pretty well split all the way up. It's internal, though. It's not external, but I think that means it's gonna leak. So I don't know. So, chat, I may need a new water bottle. Which is kind of unfortunate, because I like this one. I can't... It has a little cover, so I can't get Minky in it. Ironically enough. Also, Minecraft, I asked Critter what story he was going to tell you yesterday, and he was going to tell the story about the time that someone asked him for a story, and he promised, I'll tell you tomorrow, and then never told the story. So there's your answer. Is that a good enough story for you? Critter's the best. Alright, chat. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna do the same exact thing over here. But we're gonna do it over here for the opening here. There's some extra thread here. Hold on, we don't want that. Is that why it's all funky? Did I miss? No, I didn't miss. I think I just cut that too close. Is one of the wings different? I don't know. He's a little funky looking. He's going to be very tall, I think. But that's okay. So chat, we're going to do the same exact thing that we just did. But this time I'm not going to cut the thread because I should be able just to attach the head after this. So let's go ahead and over here next to the wing. We're going to do the same running stitch all the way around. Chat, is the music okay? I don't think I changed it from yesterday, but I don't know. I did also have to set up for my webcam mic to work yesterday with my doctor, which was a little embarrassing. As then I somehow set for my headphones to be routed through my mic, even though my mic was disabled. Windows is a fever dream. Also, the Windows 7 laptop won't turn on. I think I killed it yesterday, chat. I'm not sure how I did, but I think I did. All right. So, we've got this running stitch the whole way in. We're going to do the same. We're going to pull. You can actually hear it. We're going to shove as much of this inside as we can. And there we go. It's closed. So, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go in all of these directionals. We're going to close this at such a point where the seams are not going to pop anymore, because we don't want to see that anymore. Chat, there's got to be so many bats by the end of this. I have found out we might be going on vacation again this year. I've been invited once again to go to the beach, so we'll see, chat. Alright, let's see. Alright, I think that's good. It's not squeaking as much. So you may wonder, because most people when they're sewing, they only use one thread. This is the reason why I use two. So I could tug on it, and there's going to be enough tension where it's not going to break. Because it's getting split between two threads as opposed to one. Let's go ahead and put a couple of knots just in case. Oh, what is wrong with my fingers? Hello? There we go. Chat, I did use my hand massager yesterday. If you have hand pain, any kind of carpal tunnel, would highly recommend one. It's very nice. Alright, so chat, now that this is closed up, that means none of the stuffing should fall out from either orifice. So here's what we're going to do, is I pulled my thread through the back. I'm going to attach the head with a quick tack stitch. Do you remember that dart that we made here in the back of the head? I'm going to follow that. We're going to attach the head very gently. Now this isn't going to be tight enough for it to stay on. Instead, I'm going to come back through the front, very carefully, not stabbing myself. Chat, if you've never seen my sewing streams before, I have a tendency to stab myself. It's okay, I'm used to it. So now we're back through the front. His head is kind of attached, but not really. So we're going to do another anchor stitch that we could follow. Back through the front. And back through here. There we go. So now we got the head on temporarily. So what I'm going to do is we're going to do a ladder stitch. We're copying the rungs of a ladder. And we're going to attach the head on. I think I'm going to go around twice. Just in case. Because I'm going to probably be giving these out to kids. Chat, unless somebody wants Blueberry Bat, which if that's the case, hit me up. If you don't want Blueberry Bat, this is going to a child. Oh my god, I'm stuck on the wing. Hold on. So what we're doing is we're going in, going directly across like the rung of a ladder, and then going across. So now we've gone down over here. We're going to go across, go straight up, then go across from there, and then straight down, across from there, and straight up. Yeah, I think I'm going to go around twice. If you feel like, if you ever do this, you could potentially do your ladder stitch a little closer together and then only go around once. But I like having some extra stability, just in case. There's been a couple of times where I've done this and I've put the head on sideways slightly. I think it makes it a little bit more endearing, because it looks like they're just like kind of inquisitive. I've sold a couple of bats like that. What is this song and why does it always talk to us, chat? So now we've gone around once. As you can see, it's pretty well attached. But just in case, I'm going to do it again. The more that you do this, the farther out you have to go. And what that's actually going to do is it's going to make the head a little flatter and a little squat. So that's going to get rid of some of this tallness that we had from the body. Alright, thanks, song. I will go on. So, we keep going around this whole way. I also like trying to make sure that I put it through the wing as well. Just so that you don't have the gunky side of the wing. Because remember, we did have to sew through there to kind of create the body itself. So we're going to do the same thing. And go back up. Oh, there we go. And then back up through here. See? Slowly but surely, chat. So, I gotta make sure that I do that on the other side. With the wing as well. Keep going. Ow. Unfortunately, I have a little bit of a callus here. Because I like to push my needle through. You're not supposed to. You're supposed to use a thimble to do it. I'm lazy. There's no other pure reason for it other than I'm lazy. So let's do the same. Let's make sure we go through the wing. And then back up to the head. Chat, this is the most exciting part because this means that you're done. And here we are back at the beginning, so I'm going to go ahead and we're going to do the same thing where I knot it by going back through the loop. I'm going to do this a couple of times. I have a portable thimble. I wouldn't call it that. I would call it just a painful thimble. And then we'll do the same. We'll bury the thread. I'm going to hold him. Trim it. And that's going to retract back into the body. And there we go, chat. We have a blueberry bat from yesterday. He's all done. Look at that, chat. So now my question is, and this is purely an opinion question for those of you that are around and are not lurking. Chat, do we like his ears floppy like this? Or do we want them pitched up? Which one do we like more, chat? I'm gonna let you guys decide. Do we like them floppy or do we like them up? I always kind of like them floppy, but for these ones specifically where they're kind of like designed like this, I kind of like them pitched up, but I want you guys to decide. What do you think's gonna look better? There, we'll close them up. What do we think, chat? Any strong opinions either way? Throw it? I mean, he passes the bounce test. He doesn't fall apart. I do that with every one of my plushes that I make, is I throw them, just to make sure that nothing will fall off. It is pretty aerodynamic. Hold on. Oh, yeah. No, he made it all the way back. I'd say he could fly a little bit. There's a wall directly in front of me. He's a good bat. No, that's actually a very good test. We always joke about that, but it is actually a pretty good test to make sure that nothing falls apart, like especially like these feet. These are all completely attached. The not pointy looks cuter. So let's go ahead and pull that out. So he'll be like this. What do we think? Think he looks good? Spruckus Sprout. What the hell are you saying? So like this. We'll leave him like this. Sound good? Chat, we have finished the bat from yesterday. Like a blue Yoda. Yep, that is a blueberry bat Yoda. You got it. So there we go, chat. He's all done. Isn't that exciting? We finished a whole bat. So if you didn't see, we did give him the golden eyes that I had accidentally made. I made them in the wrong size for a totally different bat that I have to give to somebody because I'm bad. We've got the nice little blueberry motif everywhere. I actually had a couple of people reach out to me asking where to get the blueberry fabric. I typically order mine off of some stores on Etsy. The one that I got this from, I don't remember, but if you look for blueberry fabric cotton, you should be able to find it. He's got little feet. He's a little long for my liking. I like him when he's a little bit more squat, but I think that's the problem with this peacock fabric. It doesn't really lend itself well to, like, going squat. His back is a little funky, so this one pours out like this. This one's kind of straight. That was because of how I was sewing it, but that's okay. Hi, Eb. If you put some Velcro around the ears or wings so it becomes more articulated. The only problem is that for... Thank you, everybody. Stretch. The only problem is because I'm giving this to kids. What happens sometimes with Velcro and children, especially because we have cotton here, is the, I did actually update Baldur's. That's why I was late. That's why I was late, because it was updating Baldur's. The problem with the Velcro is if I put it over here, okay, so that he could close up, the problem is as you can see, it's actually a little bit wider than the body. So it's actually going to crumple the wing a little bit. And what happens with the Velcro is it's got a hook and loop, is what it is. The hook, which is the harder side, will actually wear away at the cotton. It'll actually pull these threads, and as we saw, there's already some of these threads already pulling. And because it's a digitally printed fabric, that's what all of these white lines are. So when it pulls the actual design. So that's why we have white going through here. So there's one here, and there's one here. So it's going to pull more, which is going to ruin more of the design, unfortunately. I do have an order for adding some Velcro to a lizard from Rin. So I will do some Velcro. I'm going to test that out and see how it goes. So maybe if I could do that, maybe. But I think adding it here might work. But the only problem is then it has to be fairly big. So it would be like this whole size of this head. So that's why I like doing the stitching a little bit more. Because then you know that it's going to stay together, especially with kids. Because I've had trick-or-treaters as young as, like, 4? Yeah, I think one of my neighbors is 4. So I wouldn't trust giving them Velcro. I barely trust giving them these eyes. For those ones, I usually try and give them a keychain, because then I know that's all stitched together and they can't eat these. Kids are stupid. Kids are very stupid, unfortunately. I don't want to call them stupid. Just endearing, maybe. So, there you go, chat. There's a bat. He's not a Kong bat. He's a blueberry bat. Hi, Storm. I do like the gold eyes. I think they're kind of nifty. I'm glad that we recommended it, and now I have a use for them. And now they're not going to sit in my stash and do nothing. So there we go. So chat, we have finished the bat from yesterday. So for size comparison, because you guys all remember Chat Bat, this size down here is the actual size. You want to steal my hat? If I was at my keyboard, there is a way to take off my hat. Unfortunately, I'm not at my keyboard. I'm on the other side at my sewing station. But chat, this is the original size of the bats. So this is what size they should be. What's wrong with Chat Bat? He is a creature. Now, Chat Bat is actually larger. So this is the size bat that we're going to be making today, is Chat Bat size. So we're going to make one of each size. So we're going to have a medium size, a large size, a fat size, and then a small size. Chat Bat got bigger balls than Blue Boy. Christ almighty. Alright, chat, let's clean up a little bit. So chat, yesterday I had to do some hand sewing. I shouldn't have to do any, because Chat Bat size is actually big enough to be able to fit through the sewing machine. So he should actually be a little faster today. Alright, here's that. I don't need that. So chat, you may be wondering what we're making. Blueberry, you're going over here. Excuse you. So for Chat Bat, as you can see, we did the same exact thing. Everything is just bigger to size. Okay? Exactly as is. Now, we did add some accoutrement to them. If I wasn't giving these out to kids, I would absolutely do the same thing for the smaller bats, but I don't want to give them any parts that could potentially fall off. So, Chat Bat is one in and of itself. You know, he's got earrings, he's got a bow, he's got a heart, he's got hearts on the back, he's got multiple colors. The only problem is these have the potential to just come right off, so I don't want to give them to kids. So here you go. Chat, if you missed it, we made Chat Bat back for charity, so thank you everybody that was here that voted on the colors of Chat Bat. This is now official. If I ever get official artwork or anything done of Chat Bat, this is exactly how he's gonna look. This is your guys' fault. This is the collective that is chat. So what are we doing today? Chat, we're making a chocolate-covered cherry bat. You can't blame me, it wasn't me. So chat, here's gonna be the wings, as you can see. They're fairly big. And then we've got these ears. He looks awesome. He is a specimen. So I have had this fabric in my stash for a very long time. I'm trying to appeal to multiple kids. So I did also, because I'm near a college, there's like 3 or 4 colleges in this little city thing, town thing. Oh, hello, Song. Sorry, that really caught me off guard. So what I like trying to do is I like trying to make multiple different kinds of bats. So some of them are just going to be solid colors. Some of them are going to be designed. Some of them are going to be a little bit more sophisticated. I don't know who the hell's going to want Cherry Bat. But somebody might want Cherry Bat, chat, because it is a free bat. So chat, these are chocolate-covered cherries. I bought a whole bunch of fabric. I'm not luring kids. Guys, okay, you don't understand. I had a friend of mine's mom in my chat yesterday because she wanted to see how I sew. And you guys are being feral as shit. And so she asked me afterwards, she's like, why do they keep asking about... Why do they keep asking about eating people? So thank you. Now I look like a weirdo. So chat, that's why I was trying to be very kind yesterday. I was trying to not swear a lot and call you all cunts and things like that. And I don't know if she came back today. I think she might have been like, yo, I'm never watching this shit again. I don't know what the hell these people are talking about. Chat, this is all exclusively your guys' fault. I don't want to see... Chat, if you don't remember, I'm only using this, so all I see is appealing for them to consume dimes. I'm not even gonna give that the opportunity to scroll up. So anyway, chat, I have a whole bunch of, like, food-themed ones. So I have, like, these chocolate-covered cherries. I have, like, chocolate-covered strawberries. I have cupcakes. I have chocolate. I have chocolate bars. There's all kinds of weird things in that pack, because what I wanted to do, if you haven't seen, you can actually go to my portfolio website, is I liked releasing themed bats. Back when I was selling these a lot. So I did like a cookie theme, I did a sprinkle theme, and it was a whole thing. And then I wanted to do a galaxy one, so I have a whole bunch of galaxy star ones, and I have a whole bunch of these chocolate ones. So I figured, you know what? I don't think I'm selling these anytime soon. Because right now, things are a little crazy. So, we're just gonna pass them out, chat. So someone's gonna get this. No, I'm not gonna get a human leather themed one. Absolutely not. I am not sewing one of these in leather. We talked about this yesterday with Mika. Sewing with leather is god-awful. We are not sewing with leather. What do you mean, aw? I'm not skinning somebody. Guys, this isn't RimWorld. Guys, this isn't RimWorld. Stop booing me. Alright, chat. So here we have the ears. So you can actually see, what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and follow this pattern so we can get as much of these cherries as possible. When I was drawing out this pattern, I tried to make sure that you would get as much of the design as possible. So this is why I'm not going to actually make one of these in the small one, because as you could see, if I was to make an ear out of this, you're going to get like a quarter of a cherry and you're not going to understand what it is. So I had to do a little bit of proper placement. Now it's going to be better here on the wing, because as you could see from these lines, you're going to get whole cherries on here. And she has some extra crack. I don't have another crackhead around here. I'm used to this. I'm not, no. I'm not even gonna ask. I'm not even going to. If I see she's calling, I'm not even gonna pick up. I'm not even gonna pick up, chat. I refuse. So let's set the wings aside. So we have feet. We have more feet. So what I'm gonna do is I actually have, this is a color called Vanilla Custard. I thought it would be perfect. Look at it. You guys are the worst influence. We've got the back here, so I'm gonna set that aside. Here we've got the head. As you can see, it's a little kooky looking. So it's gonna be very hard to sew, but that's okay. Take a chill pill. No, they're fine. They'll stop, Eb. We know this. Here's the body. Here's the other ear. That's what I was looking for. Alright. So chat, here's the feet. We'll make those later. Here's the body. We'll make that later. Mom said it's alright. No, after a while, when I start ignoring you guys stop and then you guys move on to something else. I know exactly how this goes. You guys are just like children. I have to treat you guys like the children that I used to work with. I have to treat you guys like the children that I used to work with. I just treat you guys like kids and then you guys move on and then it's fine. Don't worry. Chat, one of these days someone's gonna get very offended about that and I'm gonna be like, listen, if you don't want to be treated like a child, don't talk about eating people. Oh no, chat, is this stuck? Oh no, I haven't used this before. What the hell is this? Oh no. Oh, what is it doing? Wait, hold on. Oh, wait, I got it. I got it. Chat, we got it. So chat, this is a color called Ecru. It's kind of like a beige. I've been using this for the VTuber dolls specifically. But unfortunately, it makes my machine skip a lot, so we're gonna have to watch this a little bit better. Also, what is... Oh! The tag of my gloves! Ow! It's kind of beige. It's a little bit darker than a beige. It's hard to describe. Hold on, chat. Ah, this is scratching me. Hold on. Beige enough, yes. I wonder if I can... Oh, this is gonna be awkward. Oh, this is gonna be awkward. Oh, this is gonna be real awkward. Oh, this is gonna be awkward. Oh god, I'm making such a mess. Hold on, I'm trying to cut off this tag. What also doesn't help is there's a fucking sticker on it, too. Alright, there we go. 3 IHOP employees, 7K protein. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? IHOP protein long pig. What? Is this another thing that I missed? He's a cricket. Alright, Ham, you're gonna be the donator for the human leather. It's been decided, apparently. Strong Beef has decided this. Sure? Yeah, release me from this mortal coil. Chat, you heard it. Chat, you heard it here. Chat, you heard it here. I can't get trouble. Ham said sure. Alright, so let's go ahead and thread this. Oh, the end is all mucked up. Hold on. Who's that at the bottom right? Me? Is that not me? Is that not, or do you mean my hand? Or do you mean this hand? It's still me. Which bottom right are you talking about, Reeker? If you're talking about my PNG, that's my original one. You've been here long enough. You know that that's my PNG. I know it's not the frog. Here's a chibi. Only when Eru and Cap'n work on me. Chat, if you didn't see, my mom has been working on some of my stuff. I'm very excited. Chat, live 2D soon. Give me your mail address. No, I don't want it. Hey, you still gotta send me those pictures. Did you ever email them? Because I never got them. She's a fake Kermit. No, I was a frog yesterday, chat. Today we're just normal. Maybe tomorrow I'll take off my hat. And maybe Thursday will be the original. It wouldn't let me? That's weird. It wouldn't let you email it? A wannabe frog. No, remember the whole joke? Well, this was already 2 years ago. A lot of you guys weren't here. No. My VTuber mom, as in, like, Astro. Said it's so big, so I'm making it small. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Why not just upload it to Google Drive? And then send the link. Ow, this thing is still scratching me, chat. What is going on? Why are you scratching me? Chat, why is this scratching me all of a sudden? It didn't do it yesterday. That's what you did and it still didn't work? That's weird. Alright, chat. Back to work. What was I saying? I'm excited about my live 2D. That's soon. I finished all the emotes. Riley's gonna animate the ones that I made animated. Because I cut them correctly. I hope. So we'll see. So chat, Soon, more emotes. And, No. I'm going to work. You guys aren't going to work. Chat, this time, let's make all of the little pieces. So let's make the feet. We'll make the ears. We'll put these little pieces together. And then we won't have to start and stop. We'll just be able to literally put everything together. So chat, this is a different way that you could do this. The other way that I did it is exactly how it says in the instructions. Now, you don't have to follow the instructions to a T. So chat, let's make some feet first. Yeah, it's gonna be live 2D with, like, physics and everything. Alright, here we go. So chat, here's one foot. Which way does the fabric go? Goes this way. Here's 2 feet. Chat, these are gonna be very large feet. Very, very large feet. So we got that. Then, what we need is we need the ears. So let's put these together. So this is the back of the ear. So this is the back of the ear. So we're gonna put this here. Bat feet pics when? I mean, you get those already. You guys are literally watching the feet pics. They're being created. Why would I take more pics of bat feet when you guys are literally watching them be made? There's an ear. This ear might be a little funky, but let's see. Actually, this should be fine, so we'll do the same thing. Sell them! I am not making another website, which I cannot name on this website, to sell bat picture feet. However, there is a funny joke. One of the girls that I watch on YouTube made a saucy Victorian ankle picture. Crowd fundraiser. Yeah, crowd fundraiser. Only bats' feet! I'm not calling them only bats' feet. Absolutely not. Chat, no. How? Thank you for the raid yesterday. Hi, Cleric. No, of course, anytime. How was the rest of Monster Hunter? Because I know you're doing your subathon stuff now. Chat, if you didn't yesterday, we did raid Cleric. So you guys should go and hop over and drop a follow if you didn't have the opportunity to yesterday. Who is currently in the middle of doing a subathon for 1,300 followers. So you guys should go and hop over and drop more follows. So then Cleric has to do one at 1,400 follows instead. Thanks, Ev. It's so hard for me to shout all of you guys out. Okay, it's very difficult because I'm just on mobile, alright? So this is what Ev is here for. This is why Ev is here. It's literally because I can't do anything. Alright, so we're gonna do, once again, all these little pieces separate. She does have burrito bats. She has burrito bats and galaxy bats. And if you scroll all the way back, I really want one. I'm supposed to be doing something? Yeah, you're existing. I really want one of her witch bats. There are 2 left, and I really want one, and it's from the So Scary one back in 2023, because I'm always really behind on getting her bats. I really love her bats. I own one of them. I own Banana Bat. Let's go ahead and clean all this up. Hi, Luna. We're not eating the bats. However, there is chocolate-covered cherries, so I guess you could bite those instead. I did remake the bite emote. So with my new model, chat, We will still be able to bite. So don't worry. You do have to pay, Is my minor bite? No, it is not. No. Alright, we're gonna trim this down again, and then I'm gonna put the little eye hole here. See, we're just essentially doing everything ahead of time. So that all we have to do is just literally attach everything together. So that's all set. So now we have to make the bat butt as well. So let's go ahead and pin that. And then we'll just run all this through all at once. Your emote is indeed cheaper. All of my social links are at the bottom, actually. The only one that I actually use is, Blue Sky. I don't know, people never look for me on social media, so I never made, like, a thing. I mean, I guess in the Discord... Only bat feats! We're not starting only bat feats. We are not starting only bat feats. Absolutely not. I think if we were to do that, I think I would have all the money, excuse me, go to the charity or something. Chat, we like charity endeavors here. Alright, there we go, chat. So, we're gonna put this together, then we gotta put this together, and then we do the entire upper bit. So let's go ahead and do this one first, because I have to do some things. There's already a bat feet tuber selling their feet pics somewhere? I don't know. No, not the donkey charity. No, not the donkey charity. Chat. Chat, no. We help out the kids in October, okay? Chat, we help out the kids in October. Alright, we're gonna slowly move everything this way. What do you mean, L? What? We help out children! We want the kids to be happy. How is that L? Chat, we're bringing video games to kids in hospitals so that they too can yell at people on Xbox Live. They can yell at me at Rocket League. And tell me that I suck at the game. Chat, isn't that the best gift that you could give to a child? Haha, see, chat? Now we can actually follow the entire line, so we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna get this other side. So if you missed it yesterday, we're creating the bat butt. I know you guys yell at me, but now children can also yell at me. I've gotten used to it, okay? Kids used to yell at me at my last job. I kind of missed it. Teach them how to be toxic and then harvest them just for Christmas. Christ almighty. Alright, chat, so we're gonna do the same thing. So this is gonna create the Y. This is the bat butt. So this is back here. Oh, something was stuck to me, but I don't know what. I like getting yelled at by kids. I'm used to it. A lot of kids used to yell at me at my last job. I got very used to it. An emote request? What's that? My slaves at the mines. A spray bottle! A spray bottle! Okay, that's actually kind of funny. Put that in suggestions. I'll have to talk to, our certain little Riley and see about adding that in. And make that an animated one, because I'm running out of spots. Spray them for being feral. I don't think spraying them for being feral is actually going to help them be less feral. I think that's going to make them more feral. That's the only problem. I think you're going to cause them to be more feral, Eb. Chat, can you agree? This'll just fuel you guys? Oh my god, chat. I don't know if this was a joke or what, but apparently the Catholic Church had an AI father that you could go and confess your sins to. And the article that I saw was that he got demoted for saying that babies should be baptized in Gatorade. I don't know if this is... You can't just say amen, Daddy. Shut up. When you want to talk about feral, that's pretty feral. Thank you, AI, for doing something to force more people to not use AI. That's really sad if Minecraft is the one saying that he's gonna get the spray bottle. This is bad. Chat, Minecraft should not be the bearer of smarts. I shouldn't have told you guys that my friend's mom was here yesterday. I should not have told you. I should not have. Because now I think you guys are just doing this for the sake of it. Alright, so chat, now we should be able to do this upper bit. If it won't get stuck in my machine. There we go. Yeah, we'll spray him down with Gatorade. Exactly, see? Even Eb knows. Minecraft would normally be the one joining in. The fact that Minecraft is like, you all are being too feral. Something's wrong. Something is very seriously wrong. There we go, chat. We got a bat butt already. See, wasn't that easier? I love the big ones because I could just throw them through the machine and be done. She got it going on. Oh my god, chat. That's the story. Here, Eb. No, Minecraft. Here's your story. I don't know why I just got you two mixed up. Wow. I'm sorry, Eb. You're gonna be very mad at me for that. I saw your name, and so I just automatically went, oh, Eb. Don't be mad at me! What a disrespect, Christ almighty. Speaking of Stacy's mom, I'm gonna be very careful saying this because this person is still the streamer. I think I've told this story before. Many, many years ago, I was part of a very community-heavy community, streamer, like, area. And, the streamer, thought it would be funny to make a Stacy's mom joke to one of our members of chat that was Stacy. And, was very specific in it, and went, no, I need you right now, Stacy. I need you to right now to stop what you're doing, go to your mom, and ask her what's going on. And we're all like, no, don't do that. No, don't do that. Everybody get chat. And then Stacy comes back and goes, I mean, sure, I could go and dig her up, and then I could go and ask her what's going on if you really want me to. Chat, the streamer no longer asked if Stacy's mom had it going on. We all knew. Stacy talked about this very extensively, that she lost her mom very early and it was very traumatic. And she very much so enjoyed the dark humor of it. And this was a very well-known fact, except to the streamer. The streamer was the only one that didn't know. And I mean, she went on for a good 2 minutes saying, no, you don't understand. You need to do this right now. That would be you, Ev. That would be you. If I just went, hey, Ev, go ask her what's going on. Start using that from now on. Just be like, I mean, yeah, I could go and dig her up real quick if you really want me to, and I can ask her if she's got it going on. Chat, I've never seen someone's face fall so quickly. And she just went, okay, moving on. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. Oh, no. Poor streamer. Chat, she still streams today, actually. Not as frequently, but she does still stream. She also laughed because we had, this was back during the Overwatch days. I got my roommate Critter to come play with us because we had extra spots, and they were like, yeah, just pull people that are, you know, pretty cool. You know, that we could use to fill these spots, because I was modding for this streamer at the time. This is one of the streamers that I was popular for, so everyone just kept modding me after this, because they saw how well I was doing there. And, my mom was dead. Christ almighty neck. So, we had other famous streamers that we were streaming with, and, Critter's an awful person. And he was playing as Roadhog, and he hooked one of the streamers that was being Mercy, and went, hey, good job, big fan, and then fucking shot her in the face. And, he also, one time during Jackbox, it was like, what do you call a snow cone that sucks? And he called it a no cone? A snow no cone or a no cone, I can't remember which it was. I've never seen a streamer laugh that hard. He did used to play Roadhog, yeah. Unethical. He thought it was really funny. He kept pulling her as Mercy out of the air, and he's like, hey, yo, big fan. And then just killed her. It was so fucking funny every time. And I mean, this is a streamer that had like 13,000 followers at the time, and he's just like, hey, big fan. And just kept killing her. Oh, holy shit. Critter is funnier than me. Chat, everybody should be watching Critter instead, even though he doesn't stream. It was so fucking funny. Man, early Twitch was a riot. I do kind of miss those days sometimes. Like, chat, I miss when everyone used to raise their dongers. There, I said it. There, I said it, chat. Alright, let's go ahead and put these ears together. Shouldn't take too long, and then we'll do the same where we have to sew them down. Chat, same thing. If anybody ends up wanting cherry bat or blueberry bat, let me know. We're not raised dong for Kong. No, absolutely not. You have to raise your dongers. No other ones. Well, they're like chocolate-covered cherry ones. Because I do have a couple of these already called. There you go. Thank you. Not raise your dongers for Kongers. Stop it. But I'd be excluded? No, I want to be excluded. Why is this moving so much, chat? My fabric is moving, and I don't know why. So I had to shorten this ear a little bit, so let's check and see what's going on. Why is that doing that? We might have to redo this ear, but let's see. It might be okay. It might be a little bit shorter of an ear. But I don't think anyone's going to mind. Alright. So let's go ahead and knot this off. So we're just gonna go back and forth a couple of times. Yeah, see, it's puckering weirdly, and I don't know why. The whole thing of the fabric is just moving. It shouldn't be, but it is. But that should be okay. That's like a hair's difference. It's because it was getting too close to the edge. That's weird. I wonder why. Alright, let's see if we can get this other one to work out better. I wonder if it's the fabric. I wonder if the fabric is too slippery. So let's see if we could do this again. But better this time. So let me try holding it down. Oh, it's doing the same again. It's like pushing it? This is very interesting, chat. Why is it doing this? No, the needle is sharp. I mean, I guess I could switch out the needle. I do have 100 of them. I wonder if one of the feed dogs is messed up. Hold on, we gotta redo this, chat, because it's pushing it way too much. Although I guess I could short both of them, couldn't I, if it keeps doing it? Why do I have 100 needles? Because I break a lot of needles. Also, hi, Civ. I have 100... Oh, you know what? This might be a different needle. Maybe I should change out my needle, actually. I think this might be the same needle from when I was quilting. So, chat, if you didn't know, and this is a very widely controversial opinion for a lot of people, but apparently you're supposed to change your needle out every project. Super dementia. Shut the fuck up, Minecraft. You're supposed to, after every single project, change out your needle and throw out the old one. How many bats are we planning? One each day. So, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So that should be 4. Tomorrow's, though, is a fat bat. Ain't that too much? I agree. You're supposed to do that because they say that, like, the sharpness, doesn't stick between projects. So it's like, well, you know, you always want your needle to be pretty sharp. And then there's different kinds of needles. They are very expensive, so that's why a lot of people don't follow that rule. It's a mess. So I just buy... Here's 100. And here's 100. Here's Singer. That's for my embroidery machine. Here's universal ones. Here's a double needle. You get to spite your brother? Why? What is this one? I don't know which one these are, but those are needles. Here's more universal needles. Here's, leather needles. Here's... Hold on, chat. Here's, stretch and jersey needles. That's, for holding thread. For some reason, there's the edge of the eye somewhere in here. This kid gets us about too much candy. Holy shit. Hi, Luna. You didn't completely destroy any ships last night? Good job. I tried to hop in, but then I got tired at about 7 o'clock. Also, I need to clean out this drawer. This is disgusting. Chat, I'm gonna pull all this out and I'm gonna find those damn buckles. So, the gloves do help. They are compression gloves, is what they are. So you know how, like, after so long of, like, playing games and stuff, like, your hands will start to hurt? Especially with sewing, it'll happen. So they compress, and they stop swelling. They're so good, I have 2 pairs. They are fuzz magnets. You've never had that? I hold water very badly, so I think that's part of it. My hands are made for gaming. Alright, so these are embroidery needles that's the embroidery machine. This is the doubles. That's universal. These are Singer, so that must be for the other one. Leather. I don't know if this stretch one is good. It should be 7511. Hold on, chat. Is it this one? There's a very tiny thing on it. What does it say? No, it says 9055. So I think this is a jersey one. Guys, you guys will never be able to see that. It says it on there. There's like a little bit of a divot, and it writes what the needle is. You bought Caillou? Oh. You know, a lot of people actually used to call me Caillou. And there had to be a very nice intervention to be like, guys, it's just the letter Q. I'm not the bald little fuck. Okay, so this is universal, so let's see, chat. If I take this out, let's see what needle this is. No, I'm not giving you acupuncture. Absolutely not. Alright, chat, let's see. Is it a common insult? Is it? I don't know, I don't work with kids anymore, so you'd have to be the bearer of this. So let's see. Let's see what kind of needle this is. This needle is a... Oh my god, what does that say? 100 over 1? What's 100 over 1, chat? Oh, is it 100 over 16? I think this is a universal needle. I think this is a universal one, because the Schmetz universal is 100 over 16. So I think I just can't see the 6. So I think I've been using the wrong needle this whole time. So then what needles are these? I usually write on the package what it is. What does that say? 75 over 11 stretch. Is that what this is? What kind of PC do you need? A pretty decent one. Wait, I think it says 90 over 14. Is this 90 over 14? No, this is 14 over 90. Is that different, chat? Chat, are these different ones? Then which one's this? This one's 90 over 14. So then wait, which ones are these? I'm gonna very carefully. Come on. Oh my god, chat, it won't come out. The super dimension, I don't know if you understand just how small this is. I don't know if you understand just how tiny this is. It's written in, like, subscript. Alright, so this one came out of here. So what is this one? This one is a... something over 6? Oh, no, wait. This is a 90 over 14. So wait, these ones are 14 over 90. Chats and experts. Yes, it's the same. Hi, Taki. 90 over 14. 90 over 14. So these ones must all be the same. I know you guys see no difference. And then this is 90 over 14. So these must all be stretch ones. So let's put these all back in here. I should probably put these in not like this. Everybody's been feral today. So, I mean, that's about par for the course, Taki, so don't worry about it. Alright. So, chat, I had the wrong needle in there. So I have answered my question as to why everything was funky. I still had the same needle. Well, it's also because I've been making doll clothing too, which makes sense. Also, thank you. Chat, everybody drink water. Alright, hopefully this should go a lot smoother when we have the correct needle in here. So I am going to very carefully put this here and hold it so that I can put this in properly. So yeah, they recommend that after every single project, meaning yesterday's project, which I finished, I would have to change out my needle. So as you can see, chat, I do not do that because that is a waste after only 3 hours. Would not recommend. That's not even corporate. That's just like old sewing people. Alright, we gotta twist this back on. Alright, there we go. It'd be the same as, hey, I drove a town over and I need to change out the oil on my car right now. Like, sure, if you drive for 10,000 miles, maybe it might be a good idea. Not because you drove to the next city after an hour. Alright. Now I can throw that on the floor. Okay, chat. Hopefully this is better. We'll see. Maybe now it won't push itself. I do have to take out the rest of these stray threads. So chat, welcome to Troubleshooting with Q. This should always be your first thing, is to change out the needle. Hi, Critter. Critter, they're acting more feral since yesterday. Because I said that my friend's mom was in chat yesterday. So now they're acting more feral. Alright. I think I did it again. So let's see if I can pull this down. Chat reflects the streamer. Thanks. Your mining ship hates Pura? What does it do? Why is it attacking Pura? Alright, we're gonna tap this again, chat. I need to thread my needle. My new needle! That means I should probably trim this. Chat, I think after I come back from a vacation in August, refuses to work right when Piero's piloting it and refuses to drill. You know what? Pyrrha deserves to suffer. And space engineers. Pyrrha's had it good for too long. Alright, let's try this again. We're gonna very carefully put this down over here. Now, the reason why you have different needles for different things is they have different levels of sharpness. You made a crochet bat this week? Put it in game sharing. Because that one actually has pictures. That one and memes, I think, are the only ones that have pictures. Okay, it's doing it again. Now, that one I think might also be because it's two different fabrics. Is this, like, really bad? Alright, let's see if I do this, how bad it looks. I might be able to just get away with it, chat. I might be able to just get away with it. Maybe I should start it from the other side. So, the top piece is sliding. I've tried it with a pin and I've tried it without the pin. You can't put it in Q art. See, it's sliding pretty bad. I had it hiding over here originally, so I might have to rip this out too. It's a little too small. Actually, wait, I made the other one smaller. Hold on, chat. Let's test. How bad is it off? How badly is this off? My feed dogs don't have anything. We're comparing sizes. We are, but not with rulers. Let's see how bad it looks, chat. Because if it doesn't look bad, I'll just leave it as is. I do have to pop this out, though. If it doesn't look that bad, I think we'll just leave it, and I'll flip it back inside out. We'll trim it. Because I just don't want the ears to be two different sizes, you know what I mean? That's all I'm really worried about. But I did make the other one shorter. So, as you can see, it's not as good as I would like it. But let's see if this one looks similar enough. I want the kids to at least have some good-looking ones, you know? But chat, I think I might open up a commission for a VTuber doll, so I don't know who we'll make next. I think whoever pays me will either have to purchase through Etsy, or they'll have to purchase through VGen, I'm not sure yet. Alright, so let's see. If I do this... See, I don't think this is gonna match. Where's the edge? So it should be here to here. It's a little short. Chat, how bad is that? That's a little short, right? It's a little short. I mean, technically, here's the divot. Do we think it's alright, chat? Do they look similar enough in size? So it'd be kind of like this. How does that look from here? Oh, actually, the cherries look really good. But, like, you could see the edge here versus the edge here. So we don't get the entirety of this ear. We're getting the entirety of here. What do we think? Leave it? Trim it? I think it's close enough. I think you wouldn't even be able to tell. Chat, I think we're going with it. I think this is just a slippery, slidey fabric. Yes, I am looking for quality assurance, yes. Someone that isn't me. Because otherwise, I'm going to know that it's not perfect, and I'm going to redo it 3 or 4 times. Did the music stop? Oh my god. Chat, I don't know why Chill Hop keeps doing this. Oh. No, it's still going. There's a big error on the screen, because I don't know if that's a problem with the Brave browser. I don't know if that's a problem with them. But there's some sort of an error that keeps popping up. Throw it all away. No. Such a waste. Chat, my perfectionism comes in a lot. Actually, this might be better if I just do this. Chat, we're pulling out the big one. Let's trim all of this. And get rid of it. No, I'm not going to redo it. I think I'm going to leave it. So, I do actually have another one of a smaller size cut out, and I have another one of a bigger size cut out in this exact same fabric. So if I decide that one doesn't look well, I'll just go ahead and toss it. Actually, sometimes what happens is Critter will actually take it to work, and we'll actually give them out to some of the kids there. Because then it's like a learning experience of, hey, this thing isn't perfect. You don't have to be either. So even though I'm going to be annoyed, some kid's going to be very happy either way. Alright, so let's trim all of this. And we'll trim this. Kids eat my scraps! Wow. Stop eating the scraps. They enjoy getting stuff anyway. I also will make little bat keychains and they'll give them out sometimes. So the kids really enjoy it. And I mean, even though I'm upset, the kids don't know this. You can't just post Blaharj. You can't just post the Blaharj. He's not eating children either. Alright, that looks pretty alright, chat. That looks like an ear. It's covered in fuzz, but it looks like an ear. Now let's see about the other one. You can't have the shark eat Simon. Why am I celebrating in the shark? What are you guys doing? This is like every time Luna posts the shark with the egg inside. To be fair, Blaharj is a trans icon. There we go. Thanks, Luna. I think that's relatively close. I think that's fine. I don't think any child is going to recognize that it's a little shorter than the other. Alright, so we'll go ahead and we will fold this over. So we're just going to fold this part of the way. So chat, we never fold it all the way over. We just want it part of the way so that it looks better. If you never ate a child, I mean, people eat lamb. Isn't that just, well, veal. Veal is a baby lamb. What did you do to the shark? What? Minecraft, you okay? How did you misspell an emote? How did you misspell an emote by cracking it in half? What? Children all the time. Shut up, Ender. Shut up, Ender. Get yourself a Minecraft who is just so bad at typing that you can't even put emotes correctly. There were leftovers of the cheek scrape. Shut the hell up. Running. There we go, chat. See, you can't tell when it's like this. I think for these ones, though, I will end up pitching them because then you can see more of the cherries. I think that'll look better. Wow, it's very vibrant on your guys' end. On mine, it's not. Mine, it's a little bit more muted. It looks a lot better for you guys than it does for me. There we go, cherry bat. The pot's burning. Shut the hell up, Minecraft. Critter, do you want to retell Minecraft his story? Do you wanna tell Minecraft his story? Alright, chat, let's go ahead and fold down this one too. Red's gonna beat you up. Why is Red gonna beat me up? Your story that you're gonna tell Minecraft from yesterday. There we go. And then that goes there. There we go. No, you did have a story prepared. Remember, we talked about it. That you were going to tell him a story about the time that you were going to tell him a story, but then you were going to tell him to him tomorrow, and then tomorrow was never going to come. That's the story you were going to tell him, right? So, chat, we finished the ears. So now we'll go ahead and we'll put together the rest of these. So we have 2 darts, one in the body, one in the back of the head, and then 2 feet. So let's see if this goes better. Alright, so if I pop this through real quick. Okay. What cotton do I stuff them with? Polyester fiber fill. It's called polyfill. No, I'm not making the grippers yet. I'm making the belly. See, this one stayed together fine. This one was apparently pinned just enough where it doesn't move. Go figure. There we go, chat. Chat, we got the belly. So we will attach the 2 sides of the wings on either side over here. So we'll do that next. So let me put that aside. After we finish this little set. So see, you don't have to follow the pattern once you kind of know what you're doing. So now, excuse me, we're going to go ahead and we're going to do the back of the head over here. Chat, I ate Nutella crepes this morning. They were so good. I was late, so I couldn't make myself pancakes. So now here's the back of the head. That one missed a little bit, but it's not as bad, so it should be all right. So there we go. So that's going to get attached to the other side. On both sides. We're going to trim all of this, because we don't need any of these. Alright, so let me put this with the head. So that's going to be these 3 parts, so we'll do that after. We're just essentially going to do like an assembly line. So what I do when I have too many bats is I'll kind of do this. I'll make all of the heads at once. Then I'll make all of the bodies at once. Then I'll just put them all together at once. So it's a little bit easier. So then I don't have to switch from hand sewing to machine sewing to hand sewing to machine sewing. So I do everything in kind of batches. So then I'll just have like a whole bag of like bat heads. And bat bodies. Alright, let's see. If I keep the pin on here, maybe it'll stay together better. Let's see, chat. See, the other problem is this pin is in the way. So let me see if I can find a longer pin. I think these guys are longer. Hold on. They are disembodied. But what's really nice is then if I decide that I like the one design of one versus the other, then what I could do is I could actually swap them. So especially with the solid ones. So if I have like a black and red bat, and I decide that it would look really cool with like a blue and black bat, then I'll just mix them. Alright, let's try this. Let's try going from this side. I want to make sure that I'm not going to run over the head of this pin. I think I'm going to anyway. So what if I push this up a little bit more? Oh, I might have cleared it. Oh, I think I cleared it, chat. So let's see if this shifts as well. Okay, it did a little. But we might be okay. So we'll go around the first toe. Okay. Here's another toe. Alright. I think we might have cleared it, chat. This one I was most worried about because I cut this one a little stranger. I like to try and make the feet out of whatever remnants I have. Because it, 1, saves on fabric. And 2, as long as it's bigger than the piece that you're actually making. Shut up, machine. You're fine. I hit the pedal too quickly. Hold on, chat. We might have a foot. Chat, we might have a bat foot. Oh, I missed a little bit. Alright, we'll do this little part again. Hold on. It's just the tiniest little bit, too. So I'm going to move down just a little bit from where I was. And I'm just going to sew over that spot. And this is going to reinforce that spot, so when I go to flip this inside out, hypothetically, my stuff shouldn't go through. Oh, that looks alright. That should be alright. Alright. Did I put away my scissors? No, they're over here. No, we finished the blueberry bat. He's all set. He's all done. We put his head on. He's all good. Blueberry bat from yesterday is all done. We're making a large bat today. So this one is a chocolate-covered cherry one. So here's the wings. So this one's going to be very big. So I'm making this one a little bit different from the other one. I'm not following the instructions exactly. I'm just making all of the pieces parts first, so that then all I got to do is just throw them all together at once. Because this is another way that you could do it for some of these patterns, is you just make all of the accoutrement first and then just follow the end. That actually fly? Yeah, that's not going to happen. The amount of aerodynamics that you would need for something that big, you would obviously need quite a bit of power. And the problem is the amount of heat that would generate, it would probably erupt into flames. So no, I do not want a flaming 2-meter donkey that's flying at me while on fire. I hate to tell you, I don't think that's anybody's dream project, is an on-fire donkey. Alright, did I put away my... No, they're over here. Alright, let's see. So if I flip this foot inside out... Glorious flames. That would be such a waste. Is to work that hard on something that big just for it to erupt into flames. I would be so upset. I've told this story before, but that's one of the reasons why I left some of the plush groups, is because people were very accepting of people who are gross with plushes, and I didn't want that. I don't want something that I worked that tirelessly and hard for to... Yeah. Let alone for them to tag me in it so that I see it, especially when I have children that look up a lot of my plushes and stuff. And family members and things like that. And they got upset with me in the plush group, not those people. They got upset for me. They got upset with me for gross. Like what? What do you think? You can look on Twitter. There are a lot of people that will do disgusting things. There are a lot of people that will look me up, and I don't want them to see that. So the people in the plush group got upset with me and said that I was being rude to them, and I was diminishing their freedom of speech. I don't think being gross with plushies is freedom of speech. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that. Maybe that's a controversial opinion. People could do what they want in the privacy of their own homes. Don't tag me in it. It's not funny. It's not funny, and I don't want that. And I don't want children to be able to see that when they look me up. Alright, chat. So, the first one worked well, so we should be able to try and do this with the other one. Let's see if it's far enough over that I won't run out over. Alright, there we go. Chat, it's like... people have asked about doing fan art with me. Things like that are age restricted. Well, here's the thing. When you do stuff like that on Twitter, and you tag me in it, didn't he humped a giant plushie? Did he? Oh no, when I went to go look for it, despite the fact that my Twitter was set to age restricted on my store account, I still saw it. Or at least what used to be my store account. I've since cleared it. That was age restricted. Because I didn't want that popping up on my feeds and stuff. Because that was the whole point. Well, there's also a little bit of, you know, what's smart? Maybe marking it as not safe for work. That would be kind. I don't think anyone wants to see that. I don't think people want to see that at work. That's just being kind to people who are at work. Despite the fact that I don't want to see it in general. Because I know people have asked me before, like, people are going to make fan art and stuff of me. I know that I have, like, a link to, like, fan art rules. That's mainly just for I just don't want to see it. If it's anything outside of that realm, I can't stop you. Artists are powerful creatures. They could draw you Sonic pregnant and all kinds of stuff. Can I stop them? No. Do I want to see it? No. Alright, chat, so let's see. So now... This was also many years ago, though, too. So Twitter was absolutely working at the time. So this wasn't recent. But that's one of the reasons why I left. I'm not going to call that freedom of speech. I'm going to call that being kind to people who don't want to see this shit. You can't get mad at me when I say I don't want to see this, and the fact that they tagged me in it specifically. That me blocking them is freedom of speech. That's not freedom of speech. That's just, I don't want to see this. Or Jolly Satisfactory videos. Honestly, I'd be fine with either one of those. Please do not draw me like that. I know. People are gonna draw you like that, though. That's the problem. That's the beast of the internet. Like, I understand that. I think I've been on the internet for long enough to know that it's going to happen. Does it ick me? A little bit. But I can't really stop it. I can say it as much as I want. It's going to happen. Alright, here we go, chat. All that I know is that I don't want to see it. If you do it, don't tag me in it. End of discussion. Zarisa's the most expensive redeem, see? Alright, chat, here's another foot. So let's see if we did this right. People do what they want. I cannot stop them. I could tell them I don't want to see it. I could tell them I don't want them having access to my things that I work tirelessly for. And that I will not allow them to purchase things from me. That's it. That's all I could do. But apparently, that's diminishing somebody's freedom of speech. Chat, people are wildin'. Chat, we have 2 feet! Chat, we have feet! See, like, we talk about feet pics and stuff over here. Like, I get it. I get it. Not only is it funny, people enjoy it. I can't stop you. Since I'm now always more than neck up. Oh, yeah. Chat, we have feet. You can purchase it from, Usawoink? Is that the name? I did tag them in mine. If you go over to mine, it should be in my art tag, because I don't have anything in my art tag on Blue Sky, so it's very easy to find. So the actual name is on there. There we go, chat. Feet! So we'll set this aside. This is going to get put into the head. I should probably also put this part for the head, because I'm going to have to put that together. Alright, so everything that I needed to do separate is now done separate. So, let's go ahead and let's put the wings on either side of the body. So that's going to be like this and like this. Look at that. So after we do this, then I can actually attach the feet to the bottom too. So you don't have to follow the instructions exactly. Once you kind of know where everything is placed, you can kind of just follow it as you want. So just like yesterday, we're going to clip this because we have 2 opposing curves going together. So that goes that way. And 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 that goes that way. Alright? So now this is going to be able to stretch so that it'll actually match this curve over here. So let's go ahead and pin this. I'm probably going to put more pins in here than we did yesterday for the smaller one. Because, as we've been seeing, I think it's because this is maybe too big. That maybe all of this is stretching and sitting really funky. Chat, let me know about any other hot takes that you'd like to hear. Besides, don't do gross things with my plushies. I don't really think that's a hot take. There were a lot of people that agreed with me. But, you know, c'est la vie. I did also make several of them mad already. Because I had talked about a fairly well-known plush artist who grifted a lot of people. I don't think they meant to, but it's to the fact that they essentially did. And then just kind of disappeared off the internet from it. What, your mind about murder? What? I think it's bad? Is that a hot take? Don't murder people? Is that a hot take now? Don't murder people? But, they were not happy with me for saying that, and I said, well, here's the problem, is now that's gonna make everybody else look bad. Because of this person. There are repercussions and there are consequences. For not only them, but also us. Yes, murder bad? Is that a hot take? Chat, is that a hot take? No, genuinely, is that a hot take? But, especially after that person did disappear, we did absolutely. Room temp at best. Oh, thanks. -2! Why am I losing -2? How is that a -2? Is that not just a 0? That's not a hot take. That's just a take. But no, people did notice that after all of that went down, and a lot of people were asking for refunds from this person who essentially disappeared and then made another store and ran from the other one and then was found to have another store and was ignoring all of the previous orders that they had taken and all the money for it. It got even worse. So I was like, I don't think my take was really a hot take. I think my take was they agreed to too much. They couldn't give out as much as they could. They needed to try and open a store to make back the money because they probably spent it on additional supplies or whatever they needed and weren't going to be able to afford to finish all of these. So it looked even worse. But some people did remark that several people would ask them, you know, hey, are you this person? And there was definitely some discourse, and a lot less people are now buying artisan plushies because of this person. The exact same thing that I said was going to happen. So chat, don't overcommit. Because it will affect more people than just you. Alright. I'm going to try putting the cotton up here again. And let's see if the sewing machine moves everything again. I put more pins because I don't want the top front bit to look weird. Like, I want it to match when we have to follow this to create the back again. Because as you saw on the one yesterday, that one kind of did it. It's not as noticeable, like I notice it. To the untrained eye, you won't see it, but I don't want that to happen on this one because it's much bigger. So it's going to be more noticeable because of the larger size. Oh, Riley pacing it? Yeah, Riley's always pacing her work. Riley's really good at it. You missed it. I was talking about this yesterday. I don't know if Fuyu is there. Riley sent me it and goes, yeah, that's who I'm making next for my rigging. Because I was like, here, all my emotes are done. And Riley was like, yeah, I'm going to be doing a lot. She's like, here's the next project I'm working on. I went, wait, is that Fuyu? She's like, yeah, I think so. And I was like, oh my god, I know who that is. Chad, VTubing's a fucking circle. We all just know each other. We're all passing the same $5 back and forth. We're really all just passing the same $5 back and forth. Pyrrha did to Riley? That makes sense. It's literally just a circle. Ow. Here we go, chat. That looks pretty good. So now let's attach the other one. Riley is best. Riley's gonna be doing my emotes. Riley was like, here's how you cut it. And I was like, oh my god, you're the best. So chat, I made a snoof for Riley. Hi, Lime. Welcome in. Lime, did you know that I keep getting recommended by Twitch to stream with you? Keeper projects with this separation. I know. Hey, we're all... My emotes and your live 2D and Fuyu's live 2D, we're all gonna have the same dad. It's all gonna be Riley. That the plushie circle's filled with drama? I know. The plushie circle is a mess. Because Twitch goes, hey, this person streamed within the last week. You should reach out and support them too. Or you should see if they'll support you. Have you never seen that on your dashboard at the very bottom? When you first open it up, and they're like, oh my god, here's this person that streamed once, you should reach out to them. So I keep getting recommended to you, Lime, and every time I crack up, every time I'm like, hi, Lime. Every time I laugh. It's so funny. It recently did Aches too, because Aches used to stream a couple of years ago, and then Aches finally did a stream again, and then Twitch immediately was like, Q, you should reach out to Aches. You should reach out to this person who also streams. Reach out to this person who also streams. And I was like, oh god. It came up twice, and I was like, what's going on, Twitch? Aches is streamed for the first time in 2 years, and Twitch freaks out and goes, reach out to them. Force them to stream more. So every time I see any of my friends pop up, I crack up. Oh, your live 2D wasn't Riley? Who was your dad then? I went and looked up your mom, but I didn't see your dad's. Oh, that's why. Oh, so it's Kiba for both. Okay, that makes sense. That's why. Wow, I'm an idiot. I just saw the one and I was like, oh, okay, artist. All right, this makes sense. Wow, I don't have reading comprehension. Wow, I'm a moron. Chat, I don't know how to read. I'm 30... How old am I? I'm 30-something and I don't know how to read. I'm like Jared. Ah! I threw a pin at myself. Can't read and can't count. You know what? That's true. Hi, Shira. Chat, everybody's here today. I'm glad you all are here to see the birth of Cherry Bat. Alright, that looks pretty good. So let's go ahead and sew this down over here. And then we'll attach the feet, and then the entire front bit will be done. And then the entire back bit will be done. I totally wrote art in Rig. I guess I just don't have reading comprehension. I'm a moron. I'm literally a moron. I'm legitimately an idiot. Alright, we all know this, chat. Reading is not my strong suit. You know what? Paying attention isn't my strong suit. That's probably a good way to put it. Alright, we're gonna try this way. So as you can see, I pinned on the wrong side, so now all of this is now gonna be the puckered side. So let's see about sewing on this side, and let's see what that does with the cotton, because we are gonna have to try and sew this entire bat together. So this side didn't pucker as much, but I want to see if this side will, because this is gonna determine how we put the whole thing together. You liked my top pick for artist, so I went around and stumbled on Kiba. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. I got recommended Astro, and I already knew Astro, and I was like, yes, absolutely. Because Snooze is a majestic creature who just knows everybody. And went, yeah, yo, I'll get you a model. And I was like, okay, thanks. Because I said, absolutely do not pay me for any of these plushes. So, there you go, chat. It needs to be higher. See, this is why I always give tips. This is why I always pay out tips and stuff. It's like... How to put it? How to put it? It's like my way of saying you went above and beyond. Here we go. Here's more money. I always do that for Eric Kiwi. Because I know you guys really like the dance emotes. Not only have I sent people to go and get dancing emotes, but I know you guys use mine a lot. That's actually my top emote. So I'm like, you should be charging a lot more. Because I think at a certain point, I think people are only subbing to me for my dancing emote and nothing else. You don't want anything else, you just want my dancing emote. I know how you are, chat. Alright, I think I missed a little. But I think we should be good. Oh, chat, I think we're good. Chat, we have the entire front done. Look at that. And it's taken us less than 2 hours. So let's trim this. We'll get rid of that. We'll trim that. And get rid of that. Now, I'm going to keep this opening up here until later when we go to attach the head. So I'm not going to trim that. But all the rest of this. I'm going to leave this. Alright, there we go, chat. So let's attach the feet. We're going to do this backwards. We're going to make the body first, then we'll make the head. Yesterday we made the head first, then the body. Look at that! I do have, because as you can see, there is so much gunk stuck on here from just all of the Minky. I do have a lint roller that I use for these guys. So I'll be able to take all of this off afterwards. For all the compelling content. Oh, you mean about the plushie drama? Is that the compelling content you're talking about? No, I appreciate that. Did I see the art? I did. I'm very excited. Riley sent it to me. And was like, hey, this isn't under NDA, so I could show you. And then I was like, oh my god! I was like, wait, that's for you! I know that it is! Chat, I always joke about it. We really all do know each other. Because then I found out even Snooze follows Riley, and I was like, how do you know Riley? I guess Snooze just found Riley one night. Because that's like morning for him. Finding out we know Emmy? I know. We all just literally know each other. We all literally just know each other at a certain point. Like, we're 2 steps away from every other VTuber. Which is the most bizarre thing. Your first V-shrimp? Okay, well that's kind of cute. Alright, chat. So now here's the feet. Let's see if we could attach these really quick. So I'm just going to sew these outside of where we're sewing. So that hopefully what'll happen is this will actually hold it down in place. So when I go to sew the front to the back, it should be covered. Now, I'm not very good at this part, so we'll see how good we do. Oh my god, mushrooms! To be fair, I do like the mushroom cam idea. I still do want to do a chat bat one. There is another VTuber that does plushies. It's a friend of a friend, Rococo Pigeon, who early on I did actually used to raid. The only problem is they haven't had the ability to kind of stream recently. Alright, let's see if I got this right. But I do use actually several of their patterns. Several of their patterns. I actually like a lot of them. And I know there's other like people who sew and stuff on here. But not as many people do plushies. And then I also don't stream in the art or the makers category. Because I don't want anybody in those categories to kind of look for me and then expect me to always do art, I suppose. There we go. Alright. So chat, these are now temporarily tacked on. So as you can see, they're very floppy. So what I'm going to do is we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to very carefully pin this and pop this here. So this is going to hold them in, because if I go to sew through here, it might get stuck going this way, and then we'll have one foot that goes this way and one foot that goes this way. And obviously we don't want that. We want them both to go like this, not like this. So I like tacking them down just in case so they're out of the way. So chat, here's the front. Here's the back where we made that butt earlier. So now we're going to pin this whole thing together. Now, it didn't look like it moved either way. So I think I'm going to keep with the cotton. Stuck stem needle, shut up. Yeah, you don't want to spoil it. It's not under NDA, but still, it's exciting. It's like how I don't want to show too much of my art. But if you guys go follow my mom, which you guys should be already, if you guys go follow Astro, she has been working on it periodically, but she's also working on, she is doing some artwork for some games, too. Hold on, chat. Chat, go follow her. And you can commission her. She actually does, PNGs that are in the style of Hades. So if you play a lot of Hades and you would like that, they're fucking phenomenal. So chat, all of you right now, go follow her. I'm respectful of stuff. Yeah, I'm not sharing it. I just thought it was funny. I know Fuyu would get a kick out of that too, where I'm just like, I know who that is! It's so exciting. Because some of Riley's other rigs, we've now made friends with, so I didn't know them beforehand, but now we know them. And we've rated them a couple of times. Would you like a wholesome chat or this feral chat? I like both? Question mark? For some of the other places that I go to, it's a little bit of both. It is a radical change, so I was like, I looked at the face and I was like, wait, I know who that is. It was only from the face, that's all I'll say. Like, if you looked at mine, you'd be able to tell that it's me. If you looked at mine too, you'd be able to tell that it's me. Even though mine's also, like, radically different. I showed you guys my design document, quote-unquote, would probably be a good way to put it, of what I sent to Astro. Which is even better, because then you look at Cappins. Chat, Neck did clip that if you didn't see. It's really funny. Sanity on a page. Do you mean mine or do you mean Cappins? Because yes to both. Yes to both. I was just really... I didn't know what was going to be useful to send over. I've never worked with someone who I haven't personally known and who I haven't personally gotten art from previously. If that makes sense. For this in particular, I've never worked... Like, I know Astro's art. I've seen her art. I love her art. She made herself. She did her own rigging. I know it's a good-looking model. So I knew that I was going to be in good hands. That's why I picked you for your style. Oh, see. So, working with Astro's been great, but previously, my previous artist, who doesn't do any live 2D, like, he promised that he would learn it, but he's got some other things going on, so working with somebody different was not something that I was expecting, so I was very excited. And so I went, I don't know what to give you, so I'm just gonna give you a lot. If I give you too much, then I know I can't give you too little, and I know that I'm actually gonna get something that is a little bit different. Because I kind of wanted different. My problem with VGen is I am impatient. When I commission something, I don't want to wait around for it. Which isn't... It's not good in this kind of field. So instead, what I want to do is to have less things open at once. So right now, I'm waiting on my model. So I don't want to go getting additional art that I then have to wait for, or then they're not going to be able to post. And I'm going to have to pay for an NDA fee. You know? I get overwhelmed severely with having too many things that I have to pay attention to. Which is why I really like Notion. Chat, if you are not using Notion to keep track of everything, go open that up. Go purchase whatever you need to. Go pick up the VTuber / streamer template and go and list everything. I have since added a art library, and then I have in there, you know, what's actually open as a commission and stuff. So especially now with all of these emotes, now I have listed, okay, I'm waiting on Riley for this. Okay, you know, I've asked for this, I'm waiting for the sketches for this, etc., etc. God, it has been a godsend. Chat, if you are not using Notion, go use Notion. That is the best thing that Snooze has ever shown me. Chat, it's so useful. I am so less stressed. Let me see if I could find... Let me see... Hold on, I'm gonna lose you guys for a second. Hold on. Let me see if I could find the... Wait, Eb, I sent it to you, didn't I? Chat, if I open up Eb's, let's see. Hold on, chat. Oh, can I not search in here? Hold on, I'm sending you garbage. Ignore that. Oh, here we go. Search. Okay, search. Links. We send a lot of links to each other. Hold on. Oh, every goddamn GIF that we send to each other comes up like that. Oh, are you kidding me? Aha! Hold on, chat. I found it. No. Why did it do that? Hold on. Pop-up hidden. Why was there a pop-up? Copy. Aha! Aha! Chat, I'm so smart. Chat, I'm so smart. Chat, I did it. Chat, I'm so smart. Ev, ignore that message. Ev's just gonna send me back question marks. Ev, just ignore that message. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Ev. I just wanted to search. I had to reopen your chat. And it just kept trying to send as if I was going to make a group chat. So if I would have typed in Notion, we would have just added the Discord Notion to our group chat. Oh, I close out of all of my DMs on Discord, which is part of my problem. So I have to reopen it every time, because I like having that as well as like a to-do list, I guess. So if I've already responded, or whatever it is that's already set up, I close out of it. I have no group DMs except for one. It is. It's like a Trello. Oh, that's the best way to describe it. Because you could set projects too. So all of my debut stuff is all in a project. And then I have a due date for it. And then I have what needs to be done for the debut. And all of the steps. Who's it's assigned to. It's so good. I honestly set it up now. Because even just for the stream analytics, it's so worth it. The stream analytics are so fun to see. Because then you know what days are most popular. Then you know what games are most popular. Then you know what time you should be streaming at. I made it work! See? And then I have on there like a due date. So every single week, I have to do my schedule on Sunday. Every single week on Sunday, I go through and I download all my clips. I delete any clips that aren't needed, such as you guys clipping me sneezing. Can we know your analytics? Yeah. I think I've shown you guys, haven't I? Mondays are my most popular days, followed by Fridays. I think the Fridays is because I cancel those quite frequently. I actually had a bad time because my schedule used to be that every single weekday would be Monday through Thursday. And then I would have a different time on Saturdays because I had friends of mine that said that they would show up to streams, but they couldn't show up during the day. But then they weren't showing up during that time that I set on Saturdays, which was 4 to 8 p.m. Eastern time, Saturday nights. Because then I'm competing with other people who are streaming on Saturdays. Saturdays are a very stream-heavy day for a lot of people. Because it's a very popular night. Most people are at home and things like that. But the problem is then you're competing with a lot of other people. Or you're competing with your friends. Or you're working with, you know, yeah, so see, Saturdays could be lower. You know, there's a lot more people that stream on Saturdays than people that do on Mondays, for example. So that's why my Mondays are more fancy for pretty much everybody, because there's not a lot of people that stream on Mondays. Yeah, no, I would have Mondays for the longest time. Now, this isn't up to date. I was finding that Mondays, I would get upwards of like 15. Whereas on Saturdays, I would maybe get 4. I'm not competing with anyone. There's a number of different factors. And I've talked about maybe doing like a big document to send to people as like, here are some recommendations. But like, I'll tell you guys, it's always a number of different things. For us, we've seen the consistency is great. Even if it's a consistency of I can only stream one day out of the week. People then know to show up that one day out of the week. If you could do 2 days out of the week, people then know and watch and see that 2 days out of the week you're there. I do actually have some clips because I was watching, and I was going to put this in a document too. Chat, there's so many things I have to do. One of the larger streamers was talking about how that consistency is key. Because out of he has typically 14 to 16,000 people show up. Of those, he put out a census. You guys could go and watch it. It was on YouTube. Webby put out the whole thing. Consistently, more people will show up when they know exactly when your regular stream times are. Out of the so many people that answered, I think it was like 10% or less wait for like a Discord notification. Even fewer people rely on the Twitch notification system. 80% of people just sit there and wait in the chat because they know that he's going to be there on that day at that time. So that's the biggest one. So chat, this is your recommendation. If we could get a census based off of that almost 80% of people will sit and wait and chat because they know exactly that you're going to be there. They know what days you're going to be there. They know what times you're going to be there, even if it's 1 or 2 days out of the week. Remember, Wubby only streams 3 days out of the week. Wubby's only live 3 days out of the week, maybe 4. Chat, there are some people that only go live 1 day out of the week and are successful with what it is that they're doing. Their success is how they define it. Get good. No, their definition of success is that, you know, they know that people will show up that 1 day out of the week. So pick a schedule, stick with it, use your smarts. Even if you have to cancel that quite frequently, people will still know, hey, I'm always going to be live Sunday mornings at 3 o'clock in the morning. What, murder bad? Not this again. We're over the murder bad. So there you go, chat. That's my recommendation for all of our streamer friends that are in here. Be consistent. People will know that then you're there. Use your smarts. Sorry, that was my little rant. Because he even mentioned, too, because I clipped that, too, because I was going to put this in here, is like, you know, the whole reason why I did that is so I could get back from work, and I knew that I was going to be live at exactly this time. How murder bad when politicians... I can't talk about that part. My zoomies during the other days are strong. I mean, if you want to do additional, you may have less viewers, but if that's what you want to do that. There's no right way and there's no wrong way. Yeah, for me, I like the numbers because then I know... I like balancing mine. Particularly because I like the numbers. Because then I know what games you guys don't like. Like most recently, not a lot of people showed up for Ooblets. And that's fine. That's why I ran the poll. I may like it, but you guys don't like it. I like it enough that I'm going to play it off stream. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to enjoy it on stream too. So I thought after 4 days, I liked it. I liked it because we could be feral with it. Also, it's starting to get dark. Do I have to turn on the light? Let me turn it on a little. That should be fine. Is that better? That's better. I liked it. But the numbers were going down over the 4 days. Which isn't a bad thing. That just means that people liked it more. And because of the way that the story progresses, it's kind of like a Yakuza game. If you miss 1 day, it's not going to make any sense to you the next day. And a lot of other things, because we did it over multiple weeks, then people were like, well, I kind of don't want to see that again. It's insane. No, I wouldn't say that. It's... I feel like a lot of the story was going to get dumped on us at once. That's what I thought. It is insane, that's true. I don't want to call it insane. It's eclectic. It's not everybody's cup of tea, which is fine. I really didn't think that I was going to like it. And then I ended up liking it after the second day. I think the first day I was kind of trudging through it a little bit. By the second day, I really, really was enjoying it. But then we started getting into some of the story, and I thought the story was going to be more Exciting? The story is fun. It's not exciting. The story's fun. That's a good way to put it. I like the funness of it, but like I said, if you miss a day, you miss a lot. It is just like a Yakuza game. It's relying heavily on the story because otherwise it's just fetch quest, fetch quest, fetch quest. Exactly. All of the cutscenes are not going to make sense. And then you all of a sudden turn around, you got the Dilf quest. And then you turn around, you got the Dominatrix quest. And then we're going to make references to it, and everyone's going to be like, what the hell are you talking about? And I'm the type of person that I over-explain everything for the people that show up, or the people that are lurking, or the people that can't be there every day. But you can't really explain why it is that, like, Nishki's running around and is trying to look for this for you if you miss the entire part where, like, you guys are brothers and he, like, took you out into the field, you know? Very limited spoilers, chat. It happens within, like, the first 2 hours. You know? But then no one else is gonna get it unless you've seen the game before or you've caught up completely, which a lot of people can't. A lot of people absolutely cannot, and a lot of people are not going to be able to go back and watch it on YouTube, even though I do post it. You know, or they can't get to it right away. But then you're also not going to get through it if you have to watch it weekly. It's a balance. So for me, I thought it was fun, but I didn't think it was fun enough for me to devote a lot of time to it. So I always look at, and this is for me, everyone does it different, I look at what I enjoy, what you guys enjoy, and what I think is going to do well. If it doesn't check at least 2 of those, I'm not going to do it. RimWorld is fun. You guys enjoy RimWorld. It's probably not going to do well. I'll still play it. How's the batting going? It's going. Sorry, I went on a rant. Hi, Shire. What is my best game perform? Project Zomboid actually was for a while. Project Zomboid was actually my best one for quite a long time. RimWorld also does well, but because mine is so narrative-driven, I think most people can't show up to every one of them, so then it has a drop-off. Doesn't mean I'm not going to play it. I enjoy RimWorld, and everyone else here enjoys RimWorld a lot. So see, it's a balance, chat. We all like it, but it's not going to do well. But I'll still play it. If you don't care about numbers, don't pay attention to numbers. I like the numbers for these instances. So if I keep up with it, I could say, Ooblets wasn't doing very well. I didn't like it. It only ticks 1 box, which is that you guys kind of liked it. So I'm like, we'll put that on a somewhat rotation. But then I could go, I mean, 2 Point Campus did really bad. I didn't enjoy it. Chat didn't enjoy it. Not gonna do it. Not even gonna put it in a rotation. Does that make sense, chat? Do what you want. If you are a streamer, or if you are doing anything like that where you have to rely on, you know, what people enjoy, because people are fickle. We also have a lot of our members of chat who will, you know, inadvertently just disappear. Dark Souls 3 is not in rotation. I can already tell you, most of our people will not enjoy that. I can already tell you, I will not enjoy that. You guys will not enjoy that. It may do well, but if 2 of us aren't enjoying it... Calling me fickle? I am. The average Twitch user is very fickle. You could do everything right with all of this, and I could still be the flavor of the month for somebody, and they'll just disappear and we'll never see them again. And that's okay. That's okay, because I'm always here and they could always come back. Or they find one of our friends that they like better. Or they go to somebody else, or they're not available at that time anymore. I'm not offended. Things change, chat. I'm enjoying because you're not enjoying. Wow, thanks. We've already done our painful games, I think, this year. We redid Cult of the Lamb. We did Hades again. Our game-related banter. Some people don't actually like that. That's another thing that was part of that, is you've also got to remember, for a lot of you guys that are streamers, the majority of people are going to be lurking. You know, you guys are the vocal minority. There's a lot of our friends who will pop in. I don't want to name any names because I don't want to pull them out of lurking. But several of our friends will lurk here every single day, and they never say a word. And that's okay. They don't have to. There are several people where I go to who are our streamer friends that I will just watch them, and I won't say a word. I was most recently over, actually in Fuyu's stream, watching Timberborn. I didn't say a word the entire time. I had it on the background while I was sewing, because I couldn't. So chat, consider that too. As a lot of people are not going to be very vocal with this, and they're just going to be here just because, or because they want to watch the game. You also don't want to rely, unless this is a game that you're going to play for forever. So let's say, for example, Dark Souls 3. If I play Dark Souls 3 and somebody finds me from that category and they're here every day and then I change games and they don't come back, that's not the person that you want to be, you know, keeping around. They're only there for Dark Souls 3. When you're a variety streamer or a simulation game streamer, or like you only do roguelites or anything like that, there are some people that only want to watch one game. Also, good emote. I did add that emote after everyone said to. I get really upset when people call me out when I'm lurking. Because then sometimes I have the opportunity to say something because I'm in the middle of a break, or I walk over to my computer and I have to do something else. I'm looking up something and they say something, and so I go, oh, well, I'm going to be helpful. And then they turn to me and I'm like, no, you don't understand. I have to keep working. I've said this to several people. I'm like, I'm in the middle of working. Don't shout me out. Don't talk to me. Don't engage me in conversation, because then I feel obligated to stay there. Went to Stardew because Fortnite was too stressful. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Sometimes the games are too stressful, but then the problem is then you're going to lose all those people that only want to watch Fortnite. And that's fine. Sometimes they will stay. Sometimes they will stay. It's not very frequent, but sometimes people just only want to watch a certain game, which is fine. Talk with you when you show up, got the message. No, Luna, you're a big one for this. Not to call you out, but you're a big one for this, because then you have a conversation with me, and then I feel bad. And then I'm like, wait, no, I'm in the middle of sewing. No, I'm in the middle of sewing. I can't leave now. I can't leave now. So sometimes that will actually get me to stay put. Sometimes I do, unfortunately, have to go and do other things. Twitch for me is like TV. Twitch for me is absolutely TV. I put it on in the background. I watch some big streamers. I watch friends. I watch friends of friends. I get dropped off in raids. You know, and the whole time I'm sitting here and I have to sew, or I have to work on editing. We've talked about this extensively with people like Acrylic, for example, who always comes in, drops people off, and I go, oh, I know you need to go and edit. Feel free to go and edit. A lot of people use Twitch as their TV. Chat, I hope this is at least interesting for a lot of you. If you're still here, then that, and then drop it. Yeah. Like, I always expect, like, all of a sudden, let's say Ender talked about Stardew, and now I'm going to go on a whole rant about Stardew, but then Ender's going to have to go and do something at work. Go into a meeting. A lot of you guys actually watch from work, too. If your boss shows up, you can't be like, I'm sorry, this streamer is talking to me. I have to talk to this streamer. No, you're not. Feel free to go away. No, it's true. If you guys have other things that you need to do, you really do have to. Penguin! I know. Listen, I actually did have somebody reach out and they were like, can I get you a new pincushion? I was like, no, you don't understand. Penguin has been here for so long. I've been sewing with him for so long. I cannot get rid of him. Takes a lot of smoke breaks. See, some people aren't as lucky, especially for me when I was watching Twitch from work. Sometimes kids would just come into my office. So not only did I have to find a streamer who was appropriate that they could watch, so I used to watch a lot of the aquarium, you know, where they have the jellyfish streams. No, I didn't want to say anything mean. Hi, Dave. No, it's a pincushion. It's a penguin. Hi, Dave. The streamer was teaching important stuff. I mean, that's different then. Hi, Dave. How has Sundays been going? Cute nails. Well, thanks. It's a rose gold with a hollow taco on top of it. So it's got holographic little flakies in it. Bad, thanks for asking. I love watching you on Sundays. See, we were just talking about this. I get you a new pincushion. Absolutely not. The penguin has to stay. No, I watch Dave a lot while I'm lurking. I watch Dave on Sundays for Kusoge Sundays because I think they're funny. No, I used to have Twitch streams open that were approved in case children would come into my office all the time. She was a bitch anyway, so she could rot in hell. Well, listen. Bosses are nice sometimes. Not often, but sometimes. You know, but then I went into Dave. Sorry, Dave, not to use you as an example. I hope you're having a good time today. Because we were talking about people that lurk a lot. You know, but then when Dave was doing Kingdom Hearts 2, I had to go in and I had to talk about Kingdom Hearts 1 and Kingdom Hearts 2. You'll stop watching the sewing. Alright, I guess we gotta keep the penguin, chat. Shire said so. Alright, I think I got that better, because chat, I kind of missed a little bit over here. So it was actually not gonna adhere over here. I love friendship. No, we were talking about Pocahontas, remember? We were talking about Pocahontas. We were talking about Pocahontas. Yeah! Because we were like, you probably can't add that in. And then we were talking about the movie, and it was a whole thing. Wait, is there really going to be a live-action remake? Stop. There's no way. No. I was eventually one of the only 2 cooks for an entire system. Oh my god, nope. That happened to my uncle, actually, because he was also working at an assisted living place, and they kept saying, no, you have to stay here, you have to work 60 hours, but you also can't work that frequently. He was the only cook for the longest time. They are always so understaffed. I think he then went to a different one and had the same thing, and he's like, yeah, I'm not working here again. He actually went to go work at Walmart instead. That's sad that you leave a job to go work at Walmart. No offense to anybody that works at Walmart, but I think for most of us, especially in America, I don't want to say everywhere else where Walmart is, I think most of us in America would choose to work somewhere else other than Walmart. I even have friends of mine who are managers at Walmart who are like, yeah, I want to leave Walmart. 9 a.m. and 11 p.m. I used to do that at the soup place. I can't say exactly where because they're still in business. However, now I can tell you guys, chat, I used to work at Joann's. If you couldn't tell, they are now almost out of business within the next 2 weeks, so now I can start talking about it. I can't get any retaliation. They don't have any 401ks or anything with my name. But, you know, it was, especially at the soup place, it was very normal, where I would just get called in, and it would be 5 o'clock in the morning, and I would have to work a double, and then leave at, you know, 11 o'clock at night when they would close, when the night baker would come in. Because they had nobody to open or close the bakery. So they would just call me in, and I'm like, alright, I need the money, I guess I'm working open to close. After a while, they felt bad, so they would give me an unpaid lunch break, because there are certain states here in the United States that do not offer paid lunches. So they would give me a paid quote-unquote lunch, and they would tell me to go sit for half an hour. And then just have me stay clocked in. Chat, get yourself the good bosses. However, we did very much so take food from there when we weren't supposed to. I will not condone this, chat. Do not steal. Do not. But, I mean, if it's food that's gonna be thrown away anyway, just take it with you. Alright, chat. So now, if you guys were wondering, because I'm sorry we went on a tangent, we do this a lot sometimes. Now, the front is attached to the back. I fixed where the feet are. So now let's see, if I pull these wings out, we should be done with the body. So, chat, yesterday we made the entire head first. Now we're making the entire body first. So I tried to give me someone to wash the dishes so I could do all the other prep. And then overtime will vanish. I also was told when I was working at that place that the unfortunate part with overtime is with the amount of taxes that you lose. Let's say, for example, if you work 47 hours, you might as well only work 40. So I try and always be like, hey, I'm about to hit 45 hours, I'm leaving. And they'll be like, all right. So you can't work too much overtime. Because they didn't want to pay, but relied on it for their emails. I love people. I love it. I love it. Chat, don't use ChatGPT. Chat, don't listen to the Catholic priest AI who tells you to baptize children in Gatorade. I need to actually go look at that. I need to actually go look at that and see if that's actually, like, a thing, or if that was, like, a clickhole type of thing. Because I don't want to keep saying that as a joke, and as it turns out, it's, like, a clickhole or, like, the Onion thing. I just saw a picture of it. I need to go look at it, chat. Can somebody go, while we're sitting here, can you go and do research for me and see if that was actually true, or is that, like, a clickhole article? And I got duped. Alright. Here we go, chat. Alright, so let's pop out these little bits of these wings. Let's see. I think the name was like Father James or Father something. It was like a very basic name. Was it David? No, it was not the donkey. Was it actually David, or are you fucking with me? No, are you actually fucking with me? Or is this just a joke about the donkey? I really don't know. Perhaps. Alright, thanks, Luna. Much appreciated. Here we go, chat. Here's the body. So now, these feet are actually adhered. So I'm glad that I did put that second stitch through here. So chat, here we go. You didn't have much of a choice. Yeah. That's how I stayed at my last job longer than I probably should have, was I felt obligated. You take on murder? Stop. The hell? Oh, it didn't go well for them. You know what? That sounds about right. Sometimes there are certain jobs where after you leave, you call the health department. Sometimes there are certain jobs where after you leave, you call the health department yourself. Look at that, chat. Chat, we did it. There's the whole body. Look at that. Chat, we did it. Here, let me push this back. Chat, look! What do we think? There's cherries! Chat, there's cherries! Now, I dropped something. Oh, I dropped the middle of the head. Hold on. Hold on, chat. I knew I dropped something. And I knew it was not garbage. Chat, I'm feral. Chat, can you see? Oh, is that not gonna show it? I think it's too far. Chat, there's all my garbage down there. Chat, I'm just dropping it all on the floor. Chat, there's all of this scrap all over the floor. You can see it right here. Chat, it's all here. Whoops. Well, that's a little awkward. Man, I'm gonna love cleaning this up. I need to go this way. There we go. That's when I stopped saving food for the nurses. My mom used to do that too. My mom used to work for a catering company and used to save food for certain people. And then stop saving food for others. Never piss off your cook. Never piss off your cook. They don't show their floors. Yeah, Ender, how's your gunpla going? How messed up is your floor? Moving into a crotch shot? I don't think it was a crotch shot. I mean, I'm wearing black. You can't tell. To be fair, I always wear black. This is not any different from me normally. How the fuck? Listen, we were talking about earlier about Mr. Super Clear that I was using for some of the accoutrement that I'm doing for Captain's project. I don't want to know how many sprues, how much plastic, how much, like, extra Mr. Super Clear just spots that are sticky is just everywhere. We have a section in our basement that is just for spraying. You clean all that up. I wait like a week and then I clean it all up at once. Alright, chat. So now we need to do the same thing as yesterday. We need to actually sew the back over here. And then we need to add the webbing in between all of these on the wings. And then the whole body will be done. Sometimes they launch into space. We saw all of my things that I clipped yesterday off of the back of my my eyes. It was just everywhere. It just goes wherever it feels like. Alright, chat. So let's see if I could do this again. So I think the problem was that I didn't push enough of this back bit over. So maybe let's try that. The only gunpla that I've technically built, which wasn't even technically a gunpla, was a cheap version of the swordfish. Am I talking about the dungeon? No, I'm not. I'm talking about Mr. Super Clear. Mr. Super Clear, for those of you that don't know, we kind of talked about this earlier. It's a finishing spray that you use in the ball joint adult community and in Gunpla. And it creates like a slightly tacky surface, but also glossy surface, depending. It's like a finishing spray that you put on top to make everything glossy. You just bought a custom and then you're not even going to build it anytime soon? Is that going in your plastic pile of shame? Because I have a gray pile of shame. Because I go with my roommate and then I go, oh, I can paint this miniature. Chat, I end up not painting. I have a box of Space Wolves. I have a whole bunch of Dungeons and Doggies. I have I have some extra pieces from Seven Wonders Architect. I have a model of my Tiefling Bard. We used the green stuff and we made her the giant scarf that I put. Yeah, have you not seen Dungeons and Doggies? Also, hi, Hex. Yeah, Dungeons and Doggies is a tabletop RPG that's done by, I think it's Steamworks. And it's a set campaign. And it's all of the little... Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Chat, I'll be back. Chat, you guys are not going to believe this. Hold on. Chat. Chat. No, you don't understand. Chat, you have to see. It used to be called Dungeons and Doggies, but they had to change it, so now it's Animal Adventures. Chat. Chat. It's a whole thing. Can you go pick it up and show it to us? Shut up, Luna. Chat. Welcome to Animal Adventures. This is the Secrets of Gullet Cove. I haven't even cracked this yet. Chat, it's a whole thing. There's actually a Cats, too. I think it's Cats and Catacombs. I think that's this one. Chat, there's all of these little class options and stuff. You got suggested characteristics. These are the pets of the adventurers going on their own adventure. Chat. Here, laptop, you're gonna hold this. Because I'm not using you anyway. Chat. Here's a little skeleton dog. You can kind of see it. Here's the best part, chat. Here's a little greyhound paladin. You can barely see it. But there's like a little greyhound paladin. Isn't he cute? Also, hi, Beth. We've got some of the rats that they fight in the sewers. I've got, here's a dog fighter monk thing. Look, it's a little doggy. Look at the dog. It is still gray. However, a friend of mine did actually paint one while she was bored over here. Where is he? Chat, there's so many of them. Chat, there's so many. Here, I'll move that for now. Chat. Chat, where did she paint one? Aha! Chat. Here's a tiny wizard. Come on, focus. Chat, it's a tiny wizard. It's a tiny wizard. Chat, there's so many of them. Here's a mastiff. Here's a little mastiff, and he's got like a little lantern. Oh, chat, these are so fun. We've got this little guy who's like a little pack, so he's, I think he's, a bloodhound of some sort. There is some corgis. Here's a little, French bulldog. Hold on, I wonder if this would be better. Oh, here's the wizard. Here's the golden retriever wizard. Hold on, I wonder if I do this. Nope, wrong way. Golden retriever wizard. Look, you can see his hat. If I pull back a little bit. Oh, there we go. Chat, golden retriever wizard. Look how cute he is. Chat, golden retriever wizard. He's got little packs and everything on each side. Slowly pull your hand away so it focuses. Is that better? Did that work? I wish that I had this not on autofocus, but it's really difficult. Here's a little potion seller guy. Hold on, if I do that, does that work? Does that work, chat? See? Look! Aren't they cute? Here, let's try seeing if the wizard shows up. Is that better? Chat, look! And then we added snow to the bottom. Chat, he's like a little hot dog. He's a little dachshund. Chat, they're so cute. I'm so excited to paint all of these. But you know what I haven't done is paint any of them. Here's a big St. Bernard. Chat, you gotta look at all of these. You gotta go look up Dungeons and Doggies. Chat, they're so good. Here's a whole bunch of little Frenchies that I bought. I have to paint these. I have to. Here's a little Pomeranian. Chat, there's a little Pomeranian. You guys are gonna see any of these. I don't know why I'm showing you. But they're just so cute. Here's an Akita. Chat, here's a big Akita Shiba. I think it depends on how you paint it, but it's definitely the tail shape of an Akita or a Shiba. Chat, they're so cute. Would definitely recommend. If you want to get into D&D and you want to do something fun, do Dungeons and Doggies. And then just paint a whole bunch of dogs. So chat, here's some of my gray of shame that I have to do. Chat, there's so many of them. Oh no, I dropped one. Oh no, where'd you go? Oh no, I dropped one. I gotta find it later. Chat, remind me later, I gotta find them. Chat, they're so cute. Oh, here's the little Frenchie again. Oh, he's so cute. Ah, I just dropped another one. No, wait, that was a dice. That's fine. I got plenty of dice. Chat, maybe at some point, maybe we'll do a stream where I just show off all of the shit that's in my board game room a little bit better. Because I have so much dice. Oh, and here, chat, it's a little swashbuckler one. He's got a pirate sword and a pirate hat. I will probably step on it, but that's okay, because then I can glue it back together. It'll be battle damage. Oh, yeah, and see, here's the cat one. I do have the cat one. See, chat? There's little cats. There's cats and catacombs, and there's Dungeons and Doggies. Alright, there was show and tell, chat. Let's get back to work. Let's get back to work. I know. I know, chat. See, this is what happens when we do these. I get feral and I get distracted. Alright, is that better? Yeah. Unfortunately, it's getting darker outside because it's actually going to start storming. But I think this actually might be better to work by anyway because you guys might be able to see things better. Alright, chat, back to work. So what were we doing? We're going to finish the body. So we got to create the effect that this is two different pieces. So we're going to follow this line all the way down and create the cavity of the body. Chat, maybe at some point I'll do mini painting. I know our friend Nate does it. Gamerazilla Kong, who, if you guys are not following, this entire month he's actually raising money for the autism awareness groups. Would highly recommend hopping over. He's doing different streams this entire month. I'm hoping to try and raid him, but he does unfortunately stream way after I do. So it's a little difficult. So I'm hoping on Saturday we might be able to. Alright, let's sew this down. But I think he does a Necron army that he's painting, so would highly recommend hopping over and checking that out if you do want to see someone who's doing some good work. Alright, that one doesn't look as bad. I don't know how I fucked up the last bat so badly, chat, but let's try and do this again. So once again, what we're doing, if you haven't seen, is we're sewing on the sides of the body, exactly where the line is, where the wing starts, and the fluffiness of the body is. This is called stitching in the ditch, and what this does is this is going to create the illusion that this is several different pieces, so that the wings will be separate, and when I go to stuff this, all of the stuffing doesn't fly into the wings, essentially, because we don't want that. We want that part to be thin. We want that to be like a wing. Alright, we'll back this up a little bit. We'll knot this off, and then let's pull this. Oh, come on. Why is it stuck? There we go. It was stuck on the foot. Alright, so we'll trim this down. We'll check out our handiwork. Maybe I did better this time? It seems like I did better this time. So I guess the other one was just a fluke, chat. You could do these hundreds of times, and sometimes they're just going to look a little different from each other. Trim that. And now trim that. Trim that. Did we already get rid of the other one? We did. There we go. Alright, we could pull these. So now... Chad, I could probably show you better this time. It was too watery in the air yesterday, so my my pen disappeared. But what we're gonna do is, chat, we're gonna create the illusion that there's web here by sewing down a stitch from here to here. So it's gonna look like it's actually gonna fold correctly. So this is just gonna be a quick top stitch. It's not holding anything together, although it does create some body with the wings, because as you can see, it's getting a little wrinkly. This is going to give it a little bit more stability. So we're going to sew this down exactly along these lines. Now this is a temporary pen, so this will disappear if you rub at it enough, because it just has some water in it. So it's water and air soluble, so if you just leave it long enough, it will just disappear on its own. Alright, chat, so let's do that. So we're going to start over here at the edge on this one. We're going to put in this top stitch line. And then I like holding the bobbin thread, because what'll happen with some of these is, because this is supposed to be a very nice line, what happens is sometimes the machine doesn't have enough space to actually sew, which means that the top doesn't catch, which means that the bobbin does what they call nesting. And it'll actually knot, and it'll create a disgusting looking thing. But if you grab it and you hold your bobbin thread, and sometimes I grab the other thread too, it should prevent that. It doesn't do anything. It makes it more stable. I just think it looks gross. Some people will actually take coffee filters and will actually sew into that first. Hi, Cap'n. The bats are going good. I got distracted and started talking about stream stuff. And then I shut off Dungeons and Doggies. But yeah, you use coffee filters, so you sew into that first so that the gross-looking bobbin thread actually stays on there, and then you keep sewing into your actual project. And what it does is it makes it look better. I don't have coffee filters. So, I think this is easier for me. Stream stuff to Dungeons and Doggies. Listen, it's a fun game. I'm gonna play it. No, I don't drink any coffee, and my roommate really doesn't either. So we have a reusable filter that he uses sometimes, because he does like a pour coffee, like one of the fancy ones. So he just has a metal one, so we don't actually have any coffee filters in the house. And there we go, chat. So now there's a line going through here, so it's gonna look like this on the other side. And now we don't have that gross looking... Here, you can kind of see it. I think I've already got rid of all of them. Like, it's just like a whole knotted loop in the mess, is the best way to describe it. Alright, chat, let's do the other side. It's literally drinking coffee. I'm sorry, I don't drink coffee. I don't drink it at all. We always say this is the most ironic part of me streaming with Cap'n is like, I'm never drinking coffee. I'm sorry, Cap'n. Alright, so once again, I'm gonna grab these threads back here. Caffeine doesn't affect you? Is that because of ADHD or something else? Commonly, a lot of coffee and a lot of melatonin does not affect, especially children with ADHD, fun fact. Aha, see? It's very common enough where it's kind of like a joke. I would have a lot of parents that would come in and they're just crying at me and they're like, he just ate an entire bottle of melatonin and he won't stop screaming and he won't stop running around and crying and he won't sleep at night. And I'm like, I know what you're gonna get diagnosed with. You can't help but laugh because you're like, I know you're suffering and I know you're having a hard time because of it. But I know exactly what it is. And it's so simple at the end of the day, and you're gonna kick yourself for it. It's so simple at the end of the day. It's just not gonna affect you. I'm sorry your kid ate an entire bottle of melatonin, but that's not gonna help you, I promise. Just save your money. Do not buy bottles of the gummy melatonin. And there we go, chat. But it brings me pleasure. No, I've talked about that quite a few times with not only people that I've worked with, but also people that have worked in a similar field. There just has to be a certain point where you just have to laugh. It's the whole quintessential dark humor. Because, especially working with kids, you see some terrible, grisly, awful stuff, and not to bring things down, I'm not going to get into it. That at a certain point, you just have to be like, I have to laugh at it. Otherwise, I'm going to go crazy, because I'm just going to get so sad, and I have to be able to support them. And I'm going to be able to support them better if I know that I'm going to be happier doing it, rather than suffering every day. That's the #1 reason why a lot of people, especially in not only healthcare, but also just mental health care, will kind of burn out. So, there you go, chat. My recommendation is, if you ever have to get a therapist, ask them why it is that they're in the field that they're in. There's certain answers that they'll give to you that, in my opinion, means that you should not stay with them because they're very likely to burn out. Low skill issue. No, actually what I would do is I would talk to them about some of the things that they liked, especially like Five Nights at Freddy's and stuff like that. And one girl actually brought in her Switch and we talked about Animal Crossing. And she was a very traumatized kid. So she was actually very happy to sit there and get to talk about something fun as opposed to what it was that she was going through. I was like the comic relief. Does that make sense? I was the comic relief. I was the fun spot. I had stuffed animals that I made for them. I had stuff that they could take with them. I would bring shells from the beach for them to take home with them. I had candy. I had all kinds of stuff. I was the fun spot. But I meant the kids. No, I meant the kids that I worked with. I work specifically with children. And I would see kids as young as 6 months. There are certain therapy modalities that can work as young as 6 months now. So there you go, chat. Chat, here's the body. Look at that. Chat, we did the whole body. Alright, ready for the head? Chat, that's all I will say about that. Because let's not be sad, right? So chat, head time. Ha ha ha. We gotta take... So, we've made these ears originally, if you didn't see a little bit earlier. We're gonna put these where they belong, over here. My heart skipped a beat. Listen. So we're gonna put these over here. So these are gonna go into these notches. So this is gonna be the front of the head up here. And here's gonna be the ear. And then here is this ear. And that's gonna go on this side. See? So now it's gonna open up correctly. Whenever you want to do this, you want to make sure that you're putting each piece exactly where it needs to go so that it's not backwards. Because if I did this backwards, chat, we're gonna have an upside down ear. So make sure that you check before you sew. Trust me. Trust me, chat. Just trust me. Alright, so let's put the head together. What's gonna be really nice is I don't think I'm gonna have to hand sew any of this. So let's put a pin here, which is gonna match up on the other side. Alright, ready, chat? So we're gonna sew this down. So this is gonna attach this ear to this side of the head. And then we're gonna do the same thing on the other side. So let's go ahead and position it. And do the same thing. Oh, come on. Chat, I can't get this to pull through. Come on. Oh, there we go. I think it's this vanilla custard fabric. I think it's just very slippery. I don't think it's anything that I'm doing wrong. I think it's this one. Oh, there's a bird that just flew towards my window. Chad, I think the birds are mad because we haven't refilled the food recently. I should probably let Critter know when he comes home that he has to refill the bird feeders. Because the cardinal I saw this morning, the male cardinal, he was very upset and he was twittering at the little bird feeder that we have that we found in the backyard when we moved in. So we've been filling it with bird seed. So he was sitting there and angrily twittering at it and then he flew off. So I think he's pissed that there's no food in it, chat. So I think we have to feed the birds. I think that's what we need to do. I think that's what we need to do. I think the birds are upset. It is shitty service. I also don't want to feed them all the time because one, it's expensive, and two, I don't want them to rely on us. So I'm trying to do a little bit of both, of feeding them and also not feeding them. All right, chat, let's see if I could get this first try. So let's see if we could attach the ear. Oh, come on. See, chat, don't you guys like these days where it's a little strange and you guys get to just laugh at me for some of the stupid shit that I say? And some of my crappy hot takes? They're not really hot takes. They're just takes, honestly. A hot take would be saying, I'm a bad streamer. That's every day. Wow, thanks. Oh, chat, I did it. First try. So this isn't popping anywhere, so I was able to get most of the seam in there. So now, that ear is done. I think this one we will end up pitching so that we could see it like this, because I think if it's too floppy, you're not going to know that those are cherries. So I think we'll probably tack this up into the head. So chat, let's do the other side. Then we can pin the middle part of the head All right, I think I got it. Just gonna back it up just a little bit. Because especially at the bottom where the ear comes in, sometimes I miss where the actual thing is, so it'll pop. See, as you can see, it's kind of popping a little bit, but I think that's fine. There we go, chat. There's another one. So now we need to put the middle, the little triangle dart, which is going to create more of a 3D effect for us. We're going to put that on either side of the head. Chat, you may think that you're just here for entertainment, but in actuality, I'm teaching you guys so much. You guys are going to know how to sew this damn bat back and forth. And tomorrow, we're going to look at a different bat pattern, so I do have to actually get that set up tonight. So, chat, we're going to start here at this little triangle, and this is actually going to create the nose. As you saw on Blueberry Bat, these all come together, all three of these pieces, and they meet in such a way that it actually curves upward. So we're going to very carefully pin this the entire way up, starting from here. The other side, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to do. I think that one might be a little bit too close to the edge, but I think we could probably fake it a little bit if we need to. And then put this here. I was expecting to do a bunch of these in the car rides of some of the traveling that I need to do coming up. So we'll put this here. And put this here. There we go. And now let's try and wrap around this back half. Because as you can see, I kind of cut it close over here as well. So I might miss on this side as well. Which that's fine. I'll just put an extra stitch if I need to. Or I'll hand stitch it and give it a little bit of an extra anchor point. Kind of reinforce it almost. I did also move the ear out of the way. Because otherwise what I'll do is I'll end up sewing this down and I'll sew the ear into it. And then the ear will be stuck in the seam, and then I have to re-pull it anyway. Alright, back down over here. Over here to the back of the head. And up here. And over through here. There we go. Alright, so chat, we're going to sew down this side. Because this is where it's puckering. Alright, this is going to be a little difficult. Alright, I need to knot this. Honestly, chat, I was going to see what you guys want to do. Because I know Luna was talking about this yesterday. I want to see if this is something you guys would be interested in. Let me pull this a little bit. If you guys would be interested in me pulling the other webcam for days like this. And potentially have this showing off my sewing area. So you guys can see when I'm sewing. The only problem is one, that's going to mean 2 cameras on the screen. And 2, that might mean seeing me. Which I'm going to be honest, I'm not that exciting to look at. But that's entirely up to you. I don't know if that's going to ruin anybody's illusions. So I might end up putting that as a poll. Or a Daft Punk helmet. No, I'm not going to wear a helmet. Alright, am I stuck? I'm stuck on something. Oh, there we go. Wearing a helmet during this would probably be one of the worst things that I could do to myself. Oh, I didn't go down far enough. Hold on. Or did I? I did not. Okay. Hold on, chat. I gotta do this a little longer. It'd be cooler. See, I just don't know if people would be upset about it. So I'm gonna put that as a poll, I think, in the Discord. So if you guys are not in the Discord, this is a good opportunity to go join the Discord. If somebody wants to do ! Discord. Because I think the polls in there are a little bit more receptive to people than if I do like a straw poll and I post it here. Oh, I fucked up the head. I just put away my seam ripper, chat. Every time I do this, I put it away and then I immediately screw something up. This happens every time. I don't know which way I would point it. I don't know how I would attach it. But honestly, all I'd have to do, it would just be a very grainy camera. Because it'd be the camera that I use for my tracking. But I think if I put that, I could probably put that over here. It would just see me. So it'd be up to you guys, chat. I don't want to break your guys' illusions of VTubing and shit. Alright, well I fixed that. So, if you can't see, what I did was I accidentally sewed over here. And I pulled the head. I pulled the head over into the seam, and I didn't want to do that. Oh, chat, it's the song that sounds like Persona 5. Alright, so I might actually have to pin this. I was hoping to get away with not pinning this and just add the extra stitch, but I've shown that I do need to indeed pin this. So actually, Eb, if you're there, I don't know if you are. Thanks so much for the stream. Of course! I am always here to stream if you guys are here. Never feel like you guys have to thank me or anything like that. Like, you guys give me something to do every day. Because like I've said before, I am a full-time streamer right now. So I do appreciate it pretty immensely. The fact that you guys are here. Alright, I think that's okay. Let me check on the other side. I think I got it. That's a little close, but I think that's alright. Chat, we did it! We got one side of the head done. My name, I just turned it because I need to focus. Can you put a poll in the Discord? In the announcements section? Using yet another general purpose Discord bot, not Carlbot, the other one. The Yagdabupo one. And see if people would want me to add a second camera. On the sewing area. With the caveat that it might show me sometimes. I don't want to break people's illusions. If you can't do it right now, I'll do it after stream. Like, if you can't do it. Or if you can't figure it out, I'll do it, but... I just don't want to forget. Or just send me a reminder to do it later. Either one. Either one works. Discord has polls now? Are they okay? Do they work? Do they work? That's the true question, is do they work? I know how to use that one. So if you could get it to work, then absolutely. They do? Alright, well, I mean, if you want to use that, go ahead. Otherwise, if not, I'll try looking into it later. Alright, chat, so that's one side of the head. Let's go ahead and put in the other side. But like I said, if you can't do it, don't worry about it. I wasn't sure if you were still here. Alright, chat, so we're gonna attach over back here into this little spot. This is gonna create the nose part 2. So we're gonna make sure that this lines up exactly. A little bit down here. Because when we go to sew up the chin, it's going to start in that same spot. So all three of these, this is going to create a Y again. How long do you want the poll to go for? You could pick a time? I guess a week? I don't know. How often do people vote in polls? Is it more than once a week? I don't know. Do a week. Thank you, Eb. You're the best. If you can't get it to work, just send me a message. And then I'll do it with the other bot. Alright, so once again, we're gonna go back and we're gonna pin all up this side of this head. See, chat, even my mods lurk. Even my mods lurk. This is why I don't pull people out of lurking. Literally doing it right now. Oh, thanks. Much appreciated. Ooh, chat, it's gonna storm. It's so gray outside. I'm excited. This is the perfect weather to make a chicken pasta casserole bake thing. Chat, I think I'm actually 60. What if you set up the cam to record, not against you? The problem is there's a wall behind me. So unfortunately, I have no way to set up the camera. You too? Yeah, casseroles! The problem is there's a wall directly behind me. So the only way that I could put the camera... I can't put anything directly behind me because then otherwise I'm completely boxed in. Right now, my only way out is directly behind me. So the only way that I'd be able to set it up would be directly in front of me. Skill issue. I've talked about this before. I should take pictures of you guys, for you guys to show you. I'm literally butt up against... They added a closet right behind me. That's what this wall is. It's the edge of the closet. So you could actually see there's huge chunks taken out of the corner where I keep running into it. Because I have to put my chair up against it. Because this is the only place that my workbench will fit. Because this is only, I think we had there was some girls from a college living over here. They had to put the bed in this spot. It's literally the length and the width, pretty much, of this entire workbench. So it's about the size of a standard twin-size bed. So if I have to work at the sewing machines that are on the other side, because I have a serger and I have an embroidery machine, I have to stand. I can't put a chair there. So this is the widest space that I have, is from here to where the camera is. Otherwise, all the rest of it is just wall. It's very unfortunate of a setup, but it's a pretty decent office. Because otherwise, then we have the door literally right there. And then there's enough space for a filing cabinet, and that's it. So there's no other wall space. Because it's taken up, about a quarter of this room is taken up by a closet. So I would have to move my entire office and take over probably the board game room. Which means that this place would probably not be able to fit the, sorry, I know the song is talking over me and I keep listening to it, sorry. I wish you could set for Chill Hop to not have talking songs. Like, most of Chill Hop doesn't have words, and then I sit here and I have to talk over it, and it wigs out my brain. Have you stopped talking? Is it done, chat? Who needs a board game room? Me. There's a large table in there. There's a very large table in there. It's a big 6-seat dining room table that has... It's gonna talk again. No? Okay. Whew! It's a big 6-seater dining room table that actually has drawers in it. So that while you're playing, you could put all of your stuff in the drawers that's underneath you. It's great. It used to be our main dining room table, but it's too big and unwieldy for the kitchen. So, we have a dining room table that is now our board game table, and it's great. Otherwise, the kitchen table isn't very comfortable. So, we have 2 separate tables. The kitchen table also only has like 4 seats. That's true. One day it'll see Twilight Imperium, and I'm gonna get fucking decimated. I'm gonna love every minute of it. Poll set. Thank you. Chat, everybody go vote in the poll on Discord. You could even leave, join the Discord, vote in the poll, and then leave. I will not be offended. I will literally not be offended. Or if you join it and you mute all the other channels, I will still not be offended. Honestly, if you... I will be. No, you won't, Eb. You're a lot. You want less work to do. You're lying. Because I know now everybody has a Discord. Everybody has a Discord group. Everybody has to join so many Discords. I hate notifications. I periodically go through. And a lot of my friends do have their own Discords as well. I've joined, like, none of them. I've joined certain ones because I need to get references for certain ones. Beth just uses mine. See, it's so much easier. I know Cap'n and Ratty share one, which I think is great. I have joined most of them and then just left. What I do is, I have them all in a folder, and periodically when I get too stressed out and overwhelmed, I just right-click and do leave all servers and just leave them all at once. I appreciate people's servers, but then they abuse things like at everyone, at here, at this, and then I get pinged for it anyway. And it wigs me out. I get really easily stressed out with that stuff. So I leave a lot of them. So chat, I will not be offended. I will not be offended at all. Just leave it. I get it. But straw poll works, but it also doesn't work, and then most people won't click on it, but more people will click on the Discord one, especially for those of us that aren't, like, here today. Like I was saying earlier, some people can't be here at every stream. Just doesn't have the server set up properly. No, don't ping me, please don't. I will actually ban you from there. That's one of the rules, is to not DM me. Don't DM random people. If anybody ever DMs you randomly, let us know. We will kick them. Even if it's someone that's known in the community, don't do it. It wigs me out, and it wigs out other people. Like, if you're doing it for a purpose, state the purpose. Don't just be like, hi. Don't be like, hey, I got art to shill to you. I know, there are certain servers that I'm in that don't do, like, a proper pinging system. So you could set up where if you want, like, Twitch pings, it'll ping you. If you want, like, YouTube pings, it'll ping you. There are some people that just ignore all of that and don't have it set up, and then they just do at everyone. That is the quickest way to get me to leave your server. Alright, I think I missed chat. Yeah, I've got to go a little farther down. Which, this is fine, because I kind of missed a little bit over here, because there's too many pins in the way. Until you finally came and pay Arena. I'm not playing Arena! Hi, they're technically instantly clear about their purpose. Most people are going to just ban you on site with that, at least. So then you're not, like, you know, grilling them about it and being like, hey, yo, I see you've been streaming for, like, 2 hours. I have a portfolio. Can I send it to you? Do not send me your portfolio. Ah! I ran into a pin. Did I just destroy the pin? Uh-oh. Chat? There's a pin stuck in my machine. Oh no, chat. Oh no, chat. Oh no. Damn it, this is what I get for bitching about it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no, don't drop any further. Wait, hold on. Hold on, chat. We gotta do surgery. Okay, lock it. Oh, no! Oh! I think I got it. Oh, my God. I hope not new sewing machine. I think that's the edge of it. Hold on. Yeah, because it's discolored, so that means that they didn't finish it. So that must have been where the pinhead is. Oh my god, I got the entire thing out. Oh! Chat, this is why you don't run over pins. Hold on, chat. We're gonna do some minor surgery. Before we sew more, I need to check and make sure that there's nothing internally busted. I'm sorry, chat. You might see me. Chat, we're gonna pull apart a sewing machine live on stream. Oh, come on. Unhook. Okay. There's a piece. There's a piece. Alright, taking a look. Mark the stream. I think it is already set as 18 plus. I don't see any shards of the pin. You want to make sure that it's not in the bobbin casing. I don't think I see anything. Now, I could take off this big metal plate, but I don't want to do that because it's kind of annoying to put back on. Alright. With nothing else attached. Alright, it's hooking the thread correctly. There is a big dust bunny right here, so let me grab that. Oh, look at that, chat. Oh, look at that. That's a big one. Clean your machines, damn it. Alright, that hooks correctly. That's all set. It seems like it's timed correctly. Hold on, I gotta count. 1, 2... 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, so that is correct. So I don't have to fix the timing. Alright, well, a little bit of light dusting. We got the entire pin, so I think it should be fine. So, chat... We've had a new, We've had a new unfortunate casualty. Let me clean this a little bit, too. Chat, you don't ever want to go at this with canned air, because you'll actually take all of this stuff and you'll push it further into the machine, and it'll get caught in the gears. You actually want to take a shop vac and you want to suck it out. If you don't have that, then the best thing to do is to grab this little bristle brush that most come with, and just grab all the dust bunnies that you can and pull them out. You can also use the hemostats for that as well, and just physically pull them out. Alright, let's put the bobbin casing back in. Is this at its highest? No. I do recommend sucking over blowing for your machines. Alright, let's put this back in. Now, why are you not fitting? There we go. Alright, the bobbin casing itself is good. Chat, we could put the plastic plate back on. Now, this is annoying to do, so this might take me a couple of tries. Or I get a first try. I'm fucking great. Alright, now with the bobbin in, let's test before I put a project in. And let's make sure this isn't damaged. Alright, it grabs the thread at the bottom from the bobbin. I'm gonna put this back. We're not gonna put the project in, chat. I'm gonna grab some cruddy fabric. Crummy fabric, crummy fabric. Alright. This'll work. I actually keep a couple of pieces of cotton nearby, but that's over on the other side and I'll block the camera. So here's a shirt that I actually used for Lacuna's VTuber doll. Alright, I don't see that the stitches are skipping. Now let's pull this. This is also a stretchy fabric, so this should be more difficult anyway for the sewing machine to get through. Alright, that looks correct. Everything looks good. Alright, chat, I think we're good. Holy shit. Well, that was scary. Chat, I can't believe that. Look at that. It literally bent it. It bent it completely. And it bent the top bit. No, step on it. Absolutely not. This is going straight in the garbage. Holy Christ. That's bad. Alright, well, that was scary. Where did that little tiny orange ball go? There it is. I don't want the cat to potentially eat it. So let's just throw it directly in the trash. Whew! Alright, ow! And now I just poked myself with the last pin in the fucking project. There's only one pin, and I just stabbed myself with it. Am I bleeding? Yeah, I'm bleeding. Alright, so chat, there's your steps. You need to make sure that the top works. You need to make sure that the bottom works. You need to make sure that it'll not destroy any fabric and eat through it. So if you ever have a problem like that, make sure you get as much of the foreign object in there as possible. Make sure you do not destroy it. Especially make sure that there's no pieces left in there. Otherwise you will have to pull it out because it will get into the gears and it will actually grind it. So there you go, chat. Now you learned another thing about sewing. That's something I hope you never have to experience. But we're gonna take a water break while I wait for this to clot. Unfortunately, my blood doesn't clot very well. So you gotta wait. Used my sewing machine as storage? Do you mean here? I have storage. I don't need to use this. But most people do. Some people actually do use this as storage, but I don't use it. Inside the machine? Absolutely not. Actually, the reason why sewing machines are created like this is, I know we talked about this with Ender. Oh my god, I'm really bleeding. Hold on. We talked about this with Ender. A lot of the older machines, like especially Singer and stuff like that, the entire basin that this actually encases actually used to be full of oil. And that would actually lubricate your machine as it would go. Most modern ones, the gears don't grind as much, so it doesn't need as much oil, so you're not recommended to oil it that frequently, because it could actually lubricate it too much, and then it won't be able to grab the stitches. Alright, am I done bleeding now? These graphics are top! Hi, Pinky. I know, welcome to Sewing Machine Sim. No, it's fine, it just takes a second. It's because my blood is all funky. Not only is it bad with clotting, it's very hard to find my veins. I just need to wait for it to just naturally clot because it's such a small pinprick. So it's gonna be more annoying having a band-aid to deal with than anything. So I've just gotta work the muscles so that the clot will actually get into all bits of it. So it'll form a really correct seal, because if I have it at a certain angle, it'll just do it at a certain point. Let's go clean it. No, it's fine. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna show the blood, no. Yeah, Twitch will take me out. They will immediately take me out. That's why my hands are over here, so you guys can't see it. You guys can see this hand, and you guys can see the rest of my fingers over here, but you can't see my thumb. Yeah, really. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's in the TOS. I'm pretty sure you can't show any blood, because I think it's supposed to help prevent people who show fights and stuff like that. It's run by envious vampires. Yeah, blood, fights, guns. Yeah, any of that'll get automatically flagged. Especially in, like, weird spots like this, where it's just, like, an out-of-the-way category. They'll actually check these periodically. Nope, we're good. Chat, we're all good. See, Twitch, we're fine. No more blood, we're alright. It stopped. We're all better. We're good. You know, pool's okay. No, if you show titty, you'll get banned. I'm gonna... Now that this is covered, where is the... I do not understand. I am not going to comment on it. I am not going to comment on it. Alright. I'm going to put a little bit of a disinfectant hand cream on it. No, you're good. I understand. I am very vocal about this. I get it. People can do what they want. I'm very vocal myself. There we go. Nice and disinfected now. I'm very vocal about the unfair advantages of certain people on Twitch. So for my channel in particular, I will not say anything against anyone. It does spiral. Some people are not as open as we could be. TOS wizards! Don't call them wizards. Alright, we're all disinfected. We're all good. We're fine, chat. It's all good. It was just a little bit. We're fine. Alright, I am going to very carefully pick this up and not jam myself again. Here's the offender. I'm actually going to, with this little bit that's still left on my finger, disinfect that as well. Alright. Alright, much better. Chat, let's go back to work. Chat, back to work. Because I asked for something, and she showed her toys, but it was legit teaching. Oh, yep, that'll happen. I know exactly what you're talking about. I'll talk about this for a second. There is some interesting things that you can find on YouTube that are meant to be educational. There is some interesting things that you can find on Twitch as well that is supposed to be educational that they will ban. There is no rhyme or reason. I cannot fight it. So I just have to adhere to it. Let's just put it that way. That's all that I can say on it. If we were somewhere else, I could probably be a little bit more candid. But that's about as candid as I can be. I think the majority of us in this particular area would agree that it could be unfair. Alright, I have not run into a pin. We are good, chat. There we go. Ow! Alright, well there's another pin that just stabbed me, but that's okay. There we go, chat. That's much better. We made it through. I think that we are all of the same mindset. But I think the agreeable mindset that we should all agree to is that people are allowed to do what they want within rules. That's all I could say. That's all that I will say. People could do what they want. That means that a lot of us here will probably not go to a lot of those areas, especially because a lot of you guys are currently at work. And that is fine. People are allowed to do what they want within the rules that is set by each platform. Done. Yeah, rules and consequences, see? There's a multitude of different factors for why things are the way that they are, which is unfortunate. Alright, chat. So now, with that little bit of a delay, we're almost done. I swear, I was hoping to be done by now. But I wasn't expecting to have to do surgery on my machine. So now we're going to continue this nose, and we're going to go all the way up through here. Chat, ironically enough, a good place for you guys to debate this is over in Discord. If you guys want to be a, if you guys want to have, like, a proper debate. Just be mindful of the rules. That's a more appropriate place for this. But we're looking for vibes, too. So keep them within the vibes. Sound good, chat? Sounds good. Alright, we're going to place this here. So this should be the end over here, so this will be the opening. Make rules simple, me follow simple rules. Exactly. Vibes. So chat, this part will be open, so this is where the neck is going to be. This is where we're going to stuff from. And then let's go ahead and place another pin here. Add the cat vibing? Well, no, we have vibe and we have wide vibe. I'm not adding the cat one. We have the bunny. If you go into Better TTV, we have vibe and we have wide vibe. Yeah, see? Wide vibe. Not to fall asleep. No, just go to sleep. If you're tired, you're tired. To show Subway Surf gameplay? Absolutely not. I don't think we're that Zoomer coded. It's a Zoomer coded, it isn't Zoomer. It's Zoomer coded. I don't think we need to add Subway Surfers and slime videos. Not at 8 p.m. I've gone to bed at 8 p.m. a couple of times. Alright, chat. So now this is the final little bit over here. So let's go ahead and sew this down very carefully to not destroy any more pins. As you've seen, we've done quite a few of these projects. That's the first time that we've had a pin get that badly happen. So it's infrequent, but it does happen. Alright, I've shoved the ears up into the top of the head. So we're going to create the chin up and through the nose. So we're going to sew this down. Alright, chat. Did I meet? I did meet. Alright, let's go ahead and pull these pins. So now we will trim all of our seams. I'll go and grab some eyes. But sewing machine is done. I'm going to go ahead and push this back. Alright, can I... So that goes there. We're done with this. Actually, I will need this. And I will need this. Why did I put that away? I don't need the seam ripper, quote unquote. Chat. I'm putting it away for the final time. The sewing is done by Batman. I am all in black. I am always all in black. I only wear black. I like the color black all the time for all of my clothes. All of my dresses are black. All of my sweatshirts are black. All of my pants are black. All of my socks are, my socks actually are different colors. My socks are the only things. Yeah, even in summer, I always wear all black. I think it was the first CNC machine. I have a Brother PE600, I think it is. So it's one of the older ones, unfortunately. I'd love to show you guys the embroidery machine. We've done it before. The only problem is that it shakes the camera horrendously. I wonder if I could. And not do the Batman voice? I can't do the Batman voice very well. My roommate could do Bane pretty well, actually. He's pretty good at that. Alright, throw more of this on the floor. Chad, I'm gonna have to clean tonight, I think, so I can go find those pieces that we dropped. Alright, so here's the head. This is the real Batman voice. Yeah, my voice is Batman. I don't have to put on a voice. I'm not very good at voices. Even when I was acting, I was not good at voices. It would always just be my own voice. Alright, chat, let me go grab eyes. So I'm gonna push back a little bit. I wonder if I could find... what this does. Alright, well, I definitely dropped 2 dice. So let's put that back in. I think I dropped some of the little gray plastic people too, but I can't see them immediately. So I guess afterwards I'm gonna have to search. Alright, chat. I need eyes. Chat, we'll do some giant eyes. At some point, I do need more 18mm eyes, because as you can see, I am running out of them. And make people... Magic is OP. No, no. Alright, chat. So... let's go ahead and pop in these eyes. Unfortunately, I don't have any of the fancy ones where I could paint them. Just make bionic eyes. That's a lot of components. That's a lot of components and advanced components. I can't do that. Alright, so let's pop this through. Alright, now these ones should be a little bit easier to put on than the other ones because they're not completely hard plastic. That buy them from traders. I mean, the most recent trader is unfortunately closing up. They're actually going out of business, so I have to find a different kind of trader. Because, no, I can't disassemble any mechs over here because I haven't had a raid recently. We haven't had any raids today, so I have no mechs currently. I can't disassemble them here at the bench right here. Yeah, you can't do it on the tailoring benches, though. I was talking about ammunition. No, I know, because most of them, for some reason, will put them in millimeters here. I think it's because of where they're shipped from. So yeah, no, these are 18mm sized eyes. I have also 9, 12, 7, 3, 5... what's that one? I think that one is just various. And then I have that whole one of the glass ones. Alright, chat. Let's see. Alright, you remember when Atria was making fun of us, for clipping things and them shooting off? Let's see where it goes. Oh, it just went on the floor. Okay. Chat, yesterday one of them hit me in the eye. Alright, chat. Number 2. Oh, that one landed in front of the embroidery machine. Alright, I can grab that. Hell yeah. Alright, so now, let's go ahead and pull out these ears. There's one ear. Be more careful. It's the back. We only need the front. Alright, here's the second ear. Alright, let's go ahead and pull this through. Chat, I did have one little girl. I made the very first bat, who is Banana the Bat, who's actually behind me. And, I had to take care of her while her sister was in her, therapy session. So I got to watch her while Grandma went in. And, we got to hang out. And she played with the bat. And, she just called him Bunny the entire time. We have to see Banana Bat. He is currently far away. Can I offer you in this trying time chat, Bat? Or hell, even, Kong? I could offer you these instead. Is that a better trade? I also think that this light... Yeah, that looks better. Banana. That's the name of my machine, actually, is Banana. Because that was the... All of my machines are named after the very first, We want to see the Banana Bunny Bat! Oh my god. All of my machines are named after what is the very first project that I do on there. Ask you for your social security address or a bat, then no. It was not that far. But the banana is up in the thing. Excuse me. I'm dying. The banana bat is up on a shelf that's a little bit too high for me. Excuse me. Because I actually have an entire collection of banana bats. So Chad, if you ever want to make me a bat, make them banana yellow themed. And I will gladly accept them. But there's Kong. So there you go. Cal, I'm not making a 3-headed donkey. Alright. Chat! We have a bat! So now we gotta stuff this guy. So, what do I need to do? We need to fill the body. So chat, I do need to actually get up. So I'm gonna leave this here. Chat, I'll be right back. Welcome to the ASMR portion. Don't die. The stream will get banned. That's a good pull from earlier. Alright, I'm stuck on the wall. Hold on, chat. There we go. Oh, my cord's wrapped. Hold on. Chad, are you ready for the ASMR portion? I'm not gonna sit down for this. Are you ready, chat? Ah! Well. Huh. Well. Oh, it's all over my floor. Please don't clip that. Oh, no. Oh, no. Let me try and push these so more of these don't fall. Oh, no. Well, I know what I'm doing after stream. I gotta hand pick all of these up. I gotta hand pick all of these up because they will get destroyed in the vacuum. And they will destroy the vacuum. Damn it! Oh, it's all over my chair? Oh, Chad. Ah, damn it. Damn it! Hold on, let me at least get them off my chair. Well... Well... It's okay, I still have most of the bag. Hold on. Hold on. Then we don't have to vacuum anymore. No, I need to vacuum. I'm very allergic to dust. I need to do that quite frequently. Okay. Well. Here you go, little guy. Here's some more. Well. Damn it! Let me go put this away. Damn it. Well, chat, we know what I'm doing off stream. Okay. Well. I don't know where the hell to put this. Well. I'm not doing a Discord cleanup stream. I'm gonna have to handpick all of these up. Alright, all of that stuffing can go over there. Well, shit. The nice thing is everything that's over here on the table, I can at least push back in. Thanks, Luna. Okay. Well, chat, sorry I ruined the ASMR. Let me gently move all of this into one area. Oh my god, there's some under the machine. Go that way. Here's my scissors. Go this way. Chat, thank God for funnels. I'm just gonna very slowly work it all in. Someone upload this! Do not upload this. This is what I'm gonna get famous for. It's being a fucking idiot. Alright, well, at least we got some of it in. Come on. There we go. Alright, so we're about halfway filled. We're filled to about here. The floor won't be too bad. I'm just gonna hand pick it. Because unfortunately, I do have really long nails, so... This is the best of us, thanks. Chat, look at this. We're gonna stuff the rest of the bat. We're gonna hold in all of the rest of the pellets so those also don't go on the floor. Unfortunately, the lovely Joann's that I tried to go to see if I could buy some stuff very quickly in a panic, they don't have any pellets. So I am gonna have to pick these up and put them back into the bag because I am slowly running out of them. Alright, well... we need more stuffing. So then we gotta stuff the head after this. There is so many pellets at my feet. So they're all just gently crunchy. They're just plastic. It's not gonna do anything. It's a lot of plastic. Alright. We'll put all of this in. I think this might be enough with this big giant wad, but let's see. Okay. I'm sending scrimply stuffing to me. Thanks. No, I need more poly pellets is what I need. So it's also by the brand that makes this polyfill. They're called poly pellets. They're just little plastic pellets. Most people will just buy the off-brand. I haven't been able to get a source for the off-brand, so And I don't want to use, like, the scent beads that people use. Because I'm always afraid that if they end up washing this, especially small kids or anything like that, it'll actually hold water and it could mold. Some of the plastic ones won't, but I never know if people are gonna, like, take their bat and, like, dunk it in the pool, and then they don't dry it out. So I want to avoid that as much as possible. Alright, let's see. A marinated bat. No, don't want to hear that. To vegan or cruelty-free fabrics? Not with the current suppliers that I use. I think the majority of them that I use, Ice Bath Challenge. Wow. I think the majority that I use, I think, offset their carbons, but I don't think they're using, like, vegan stuff. I do not have human leather. I don't think any of the stuff that I use uses, animal vegan, or animal leathers. I don't think. Oh, chat, look! The body actually looks better! Chat, I fixed it this time, see? Sometimes it just doesn't work, but now he's, like, perfectly plump and it's even on both sides. See? Isn't that cool? Sometimes it just works and sometimes it doesn't. So now he's gonna be well portly. They smell nice. Do you think I should wash the stuffing separately? It depends on the kind of stuffing. Because the problem is that sometimes some low-quality stuffing will actually hold water. So what I like doing is I like doing spot washing. So I do spot washing as much as possible. So, for example, if I get, you know, stuff on these wings, what I'll do is I'll take a washcloth and I'll wet it. And then I'll take a fan and I'll put them out and lay them out exactly, and then I'll place a fan so that it blow dries directly onto it. Does that make sense? You know, like a little desktop fan? So that's how I wash all of these. All of these, I actually... It's a nice compliment! Listen, So, this is one of the easiest ways to do it. Because what that means is all of your stuffing inside won't get wet, or too wet that it won't dry out. So take a washcloth, get it wet, dab at everything. You could use a little bit of soap if you want, like a small minimal amount. Just go around the entire way. Go on the back side. Don't get anything internally super duper wet. And then point your fan at it. Unfold everything. So, yeah, you gotta dab. I can't dab. Use a realistic bat using vegan leather, at least on the wings. The only problem is that with leather, it doesn't fold very well. So when it doesn't fold very well, you lose a lot of the fun. The best you'd be able to do would be to have it stay out like this all the time. And what that'll do is it'll actually crease. And as that creases, because we talked about this when I actually showed off my the Madoka cosplays for my mommy boots, I had to put a medium for the acrylic paint because it'll all flake and it'll chip. Yeah, perfume might be better, but you would have to go for like a really low perfume, you know, like a cheaper one. Like one of the big plastic bottles as opposed to an expensive perfume. Because that could actually cause discoloration. So do it on, like, a little part that you can't see, such as, like, behind the, Because for Scrimply, it'd be, like, behind the fins or something like that. Like a little crevice that you won't look at very frequently. On a bat, it would probably be about here. Because, I mean, how often are you gonna look at the cooch of the bat and pull apart the feet or anything like that? You gotta check all of this stuff, because it'll stain fabric. It'll stain pretty well. That's a loaded question, especially with the people that we were talking about earlier, who were tagging me in things that I didn't want to see. Alright, so once again, we're going to try and stuff this to the point where it's actually going to put enough in here in the nose so that it protrudes a little bit more. Doesn't have a zipper. I mean, you could probably, if you wanted to, rip open a corner, like a small bit, and then you would just ladder stitch it closed afterwards. So, I'm sure you probably, if you take a look at the actual plush... Hold on, I could show you with the back of Captain's head, actually. If you look at some of these plushes, you can actually see where it is that they open up at. It looks a little bit different from the rest of the machine stitching. Like, you could really tell here. It's kind of messier to a certain extent. And what this means is this is where they stuffed from. That means that it's going to be a very simple thread in here, so it's going to be easier to cut. It's so hard to tell. It's better this way. You can kind of see how it's different. All the rest of it looks like professional and clean, and then you could see where it kind of zigzags almost. Right there, you could see where the two change as I move it back and forth. So you want to pull that because that means that it's just a single thread that they hand stitched in. So it's not going to pull all the rest of it. So look for that spot. And then pull that open. All plushes are pretty much going to have that spot. Because even if you look for the bats, you're going to see that here where I'm going to hand sew. Like you saw earlier when I did for Blueberry Bat. They're usually going to be in inconspicuous spots, like usually around the belly or something like that, or near like a back fin or the back of the head. You know, places that you're not commonly going to, like, show off the plush. Alright. I think we need some more stuffing, but look, we've got a little bit of a nose going. So we got a little bit of an uptick. And then let's shove this over here. So this is going to keep going up the back of the head, and this is going to keep stuffing everything that we already have in here further up the front of the head. There we go. Alright, let's do a little bit more. I grabbed a giant handful of stuffing. I don't think I'm going to need all of this. I always grab a little bit more than I need, because as we saw last time, I ran out, and I had to keep getting up for more. Alright, we're going to shove all of this in as I pull some of the stuffing out. Alright, a little bit more up here. Let's see if I could shove a little bit under this chin, because it's a little not firm. Okay. There's a little bit more. The cheeks are starting to get stuffed. Here's some over here. This is how they make their golems. Yeah, they just sit here and they hand stuff them with... Oh my god, they probably have boxes and boxes of polyfill. Oh shoot, I'm gonna have to fix this ear. So some of this is popping, chat. As you can see, some of the ear fabric is popping out. So I'll have to fix that and tack it down. But we'll do that after. So see, this is a good time to check for pop seams and stuff like that, is after we have stuffing. So check all of these. As you can see, that's popping out. It's polymorph fill. Shut up. Alright, that's not popping. This is good. All the bats will activate at once. Yeah, all the bats I've sent to people. This is why wizards always have very limited spell slots. Because they have to make everything by hand. There we go, chat. Isn't he cute? Alright. So all of this is done. So I'm going to throw that back over there, so I've got to put that away. Let's grab that. That's done. I'll put that away after, and this is done. Oh my god. Alright, chat. Hand sewing point. Chat, any other plushie questions for me? Use my very limited knowledge to your advantage. So, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna close up each individual part. I have to fix that ear that we found that is popped out. I'm just gonna do a ladder stitch there. And then we're gonna attach the two. And then Cherry Bat is done. I think I'm gonna pitch up the ears. So I'll show you the difference in the ears. But see, chat, it's not bad. I get these done fairly fast. If it wouldn't be not very exciting, I think we'd probably do like a week of this, like very more frequently. But I think maybe if we do this once a year, I think that'd be fun. We just make a bunch of bats for back week. Made a plush based on the design I patterned. Actually quite a few, yeah. I've not only taken people's patterns and modified them. I used to make patterns when I was much younger. And then I used to make patterns with friends of mine to make dragons and such. I still have some of my very early stuff. Just so I always know exactly where I came from. But a lot of plush designing is a little difficult. It's a lot of undoing and redoing your work and making it look better each time. I don't have a lot of patience for that. So what I like doing instead is making the clothing. So all of the clothing I pattern myself. More frequent Bat Week. It's just chatting plus. It kind of is, isn't it? If I could think of some ways to move it into rotation, maybe. I know a lot of people, it's not their cup of tea. I mean, we do have 25 people. So that's a lot more than I was expecting. So thank you, all of you. Do they copyright? Yes. They copyright a lot of those patterns. Or it has a limited copyright. So, it's typically better to, it's typically better to just purchase the pattern, because a lot of the times when you purchase it, and they will have different regulations on what you could do. So for example, if I make a whole bunch of these and I go to a craft show and I sell them, I'm within regulation of the pattern that I purchased. Now, if I send this to a factory, one, they're not going to be able to create them because they use their own patterns. Like, they're not going to sit here and hand do all of this. They're going to have it as machine much as possible, or done by machines as much as possible. So they're going to redo it. They're going to rip everything apart that you did, and they're actually going to come up with their own way of doing it that's going to be easiest for them. This is not very easy to throw through a machine, as you've seen. So, you know, there's a lot of different things that you could do, but typically they are going to be copyrighted. And it's just good practice to be kind to the artists and stuff, is to just credit them whenever you can. And especially for the ones that I edit patterns from, I also list them as the original pattern maker, and then I put that I edited the pattern. So there you go. Or that I created something. Let's see. Hold on, what else was there? Is there actual edible stuffing? I don't think so. Not at least that you could put in here, because I think what would happen is it would probably mold. I think the closest you would get is probably cotton candy. But I think you could probably make floss. So. Good wireless headphones. My headphones are wired. I really like my Audio Technicas. If you're looking for a wired one. If you're looking for a wireless one, my roommate swears by his Astros. I think he has 40s or 50s. I had the Astro 40s. They were the red set. I really liked those. I used to actually stream with those when I didn't have a standing mic. So if you go back to some of my earlier stuff, that's the mic that I was using. It was a pretty decent mic. You do have to do a lot of, like, how to put it. You do have to put a lot of filters on it to sound really good, but it's pretty decent. It works. Do not eat the cotton candy behind the drywall. Absolutely not. Iterate like a bunch of times. It's expensive. That's why a lot of people will end up just doing it as is, and then what you could do is you could actually create the pattern based off of the pieces that you use. Some people will actually, to make things easier, will actually make it out of paper towel, which that's how I pattern. I make everything out of paper towel. It mimics fabric. You can draw on it with a Sharpie, and you can pin it. So, this is always easier for me, and then what I do is I take it apart. Let me see if I can show you. Here, chat, this won't spoil. So here's a tail pattern. So if I wanted to, I could put an additional piece here, and I could add gussets and all kinds of stuff and make it more 3D, but I want it to be able to stand up. So this is just what I did to make a pattern for a tail. You can actually see through here. Did I write on here? I didn't. You can actually see through here where I marked that everything... So, like, because it's a two-tone, so I can mark on it with a Sharpie, and then I cut it out around it. So that's how I pattern. Everyone does it a little bit different. So. Because he makes fursuits. Ah, that makes sense. Fursuiting and the people that make plushes are pretty much like... It's like a Venn diagram. It's a dog tail. That's for a different project that I'm working on. So this is a dog that's two-toned. The work that goes into a fursuit. There's a reason why they're very expensive. A lot of my clientele actually used to be a lot of furries, actually. So, in a lot of my terms of service, actually, because people who are furries are very specific with the way that their characters look, whether that be an animal or an OC, it's very common to have a lot of close species. Sorry, I'm pulling at the head again. So it's going to make a squeak. So when they do close species and things like that, it's actually part of my terms of service that anytime that I make these patterns, part of the cost for a lot of the stuff that I do is also because I make these patterns with the express purposes that I'm going to destroy it after I'm done with the project. I can't reuse a lot of my stuff. That's part of my terms of service. So it does make my stuff more expensive, but then that means that everything that I make is kind of copyrighted to each person. So for example, Rika's tail is different from False's tail, because False has a fox tail, whereas Rika had a dog tail. Plus, they were two totally different things, so I don't actually reuse any of the patterns from any of the other VTuber dolls that I made. That's always been part of my terms of service, is that I reuse nothing. So there you go, chat. So that's just good practice. Not everybody does that, but for me, I do. If you cosplay a naked romance, are you still a furry? I think so, yes, but I think they might have some different terms for them. Furry can be a catch-all term, but it could also be a specification, because then you could also be a scaly. But they're still technically furries by some people's logic. A fleshy. Oh, don't get called a fleshy. Alright, chat. The head is closed up, as you could see. So We went across a couple of times, so now this is all done. So what I'm going to do before I pull this off is I am actually going to find that ear that's popping. So that's here. So as you can see, some of the front fabric is actually sticking through. So I'm going to very carefully keep my thread here. And I'm going to fish it through until it ends up over here. Now this is going to create an anchor point. So I'm not going to have to put a knot over here so you won't see it that I fix this. There we go. Have a good night, strong beef. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ladder stitch this, which is going to cover that. So now you can't see that anymore. So it's like I'm creating a second seam, but one that you won't be able to see. So there we go, chat. Now you can't see it anymore. It's also going to give more stability. So if a kid takes it and starts whipping it around, they're not going to rip that little seam again. So we'll do the throw test afterwards. But chat, I'm going to pitch these ears up. So let's take some pins and let's see where I want this. So I want it to follow this line straight up. Okay. And I want it to follow this line straight up. I'm trying to see about trying to get it as close to this seam line as possible, because I know that that's a good measure. So there we go, chat. So it'll be something like that. Well, cat ears and bunny ears. That doesn't necessarily have to be furry. It could also just be Nekomimi. There are people that do kigurumi work as well, and I love some of their work, but I would probably never do a kigurumi. Not the animal ones, but like the face ones, like the full face kigurumis. If you know what I'm talking about, chat. You know, the full plastic face. Sometimes they're plastic, sometimes they're actually like vinyl, leather, almost. Why you're not going into the makers and crafting. So, talking Twitch numbers anyway. I know, because most people are kind of shying away from it. I understand. For me, I'm very apparent and transparent with what it is that I do. I don't want them to come in and expect this frequently enough that that's the whole reason why they're joining. Does that make sense? There's certain ways to go about it. And for that in particular, the amount of time that we do this and the reasons that I'm doing this is for you guys and for our community. I'm not looking for the discoverability of makers and crafting and art. Sorry, why is this song so much louder than the others? Is it really that loud, chat? I don't want them to come in, follow, and expect that they're going to get that. It's going to inflate my numbers, where I would rather my numbers be inflated with people that will show up as opposed to people that won't show up. I think it looks a certain way when you have, like, I don't know, 17,000 followers, but you only have 20 people watch you. That's not what I'm looking for. What that certain way is, I can't really describe. To me, it looks a certain way. And I'd rather our growth be from the community and them liking us, liking me, liking what it is that I'm doing, as opposed to, I want to watch you for art all the time. Does that make sense? Other people do it different. Like, there is some streamers that I watch that never set the category because they don't want to grow. And that's very well in their power. They don't have to. If they don't want to grow, they don't have to. They just never set a category. There's no discoverability, and then they're not held to an expectation. Like I've said multiple times, people are allowed to do Twitch however they want. Alright, so chat, we're going to follow this ear, and we're going to stitch it down. So most people, when they do this, they'll only do this part of the ear so that it stands up. I like going around the back, so if a kid takes this and they whip it around, the ear isn't going to fall out. So I'm going to do some additional stitching. So it will take me a little bit longer to do this, but then I know that this is actually going to be safer. So we're going to go all the way down this entire back. Plus, I think it's funnier if it's Sewing Machine Simulator, considering that I do so many simulation games. So not only is it a joke for our community, but I'm not going to get a lot of the crafters that show up. Yeah, it's... I don't want to say it's an expectation, but I think it's like the feeling that we do this more frequently than we do. You know, for example, let's take Riley, for example. Riley does 2 art streams a week. You know that if you follow Riley, you're going to get art streams weekly. If you follow me, you're going to expect that we do these sewing streams frequently enough that they'll show up more frequently. You weirdly were getting views? Yeah, because they're looking at what it is that you're doing. Because people are just naturally inquisitive to other people's processes. Oh no, I just broke the thread. All right, well, that should be enough. So I'm gonna have to go over this again. Because they like seeing the processes and things like that. My only problem is I'm not doing it frequently enough that I would feel disingenuous to them, I guess. Like, that feels disingenuous. We're barely getting maybe 1 sewing stream a month. I don't want them to come in and be like, oh, show me how to make this. Show me how to make a quilt. Show me how to make this. And I'm like, I make a bat. Because I thought it would be funny that there's Bat Week. The sewing is kind of my break time, I guess. Alright, there we go. Expect compelling entertainment. I don't know why you're here then. You're not getting compelling entertainment here. Alright, unfortunately, I could normally continue sewing the other ear, but I snapped my thread, as you can see. Another thing that you can do, if you ever need to condition your thread to not snap as frequently, you can actually put beeswax on it. Used to be me with a Batman mask. See, I understand why people do this, but I'm afraid of IPs coming down and destroying me for having references to other things and emotes and stuff like that. It's interesting to you, but it's not interesting to a lot of people, I guess. I'm juggling what it is that I like doing, which is being chill sometimes. Like this is my break from I'm having a lot of issues with my hand when I'm playing games, which is also why I kind of want the excuse to wear my compression gloves. Does that make sense? There we go. Chat, 1 ear. Look at that, see? Isn't that better? So now, if I take this, and I pull at it, and I tug at it, because I went all the way around, this isn't gonna snap. Like, I'm really tugging. Like, I'm really trying. Like, a normal child is gonna come over here, and they're gonna rip at it. Yeah, I get fatigue in my hands, especially because I have very small hands, so keyboards are not meant for my size hands. So when I have to splay out my fingers... So here's my WASD, here's my shift. I'm doing a very awkward thing, and so this tendon is actually having issues. I think it's because I've been shifting so much, because I've been running in repo. Whereas if I'm just doing RimWorld, you know, we have WASD and we have the mouse. Whereas if I'm doing repo, it has to be like this. So I think this is where all this is coming from, is right here. So, I've been using a hand massager, and I'm giving my hands a break this week. Whereas sewing, I don't have to splay out my hands, I just have to push them through. Because my doctor asked about that yesterday, too. And I said, no, you're typically, when you're pushing stuff through, you're going to hold it, you kind of cup it, and you push it. action tremors. I've been getting that a little bit too. I get some if I'm like really tired. The brace thing. I really recommend the braces. I have one for each hand now, actually. Kind of nice. If you're looking for a wrist rest, you can actually get a keyboard that has one attached. And it does actually help. I mean, I haven't been having any carpal tunnel as a result. I know that Corsair makes one. I think it's the K55, I think it's called. That's the one that I have. The wrist rests that are actually built in are actually better. Because if you get a separate one, there's a little bit of a divot. And you can actually get some fatigue right here because you're not having a full incline. So it'll actually cause more issues. I prefer the incline, but everyone likes it different. Your fingers don't move smoothly? I might have been doing that too, but I've also been having a lot of neurological issues my entire life. So I think mine is just going to be degenerative for the rest of my life. I know a friend of mine, her dad had that happen around the time that he turned 40. Like, he just shakes too much. So he actually used to be a really good artist and everything. So, always have a backup plan. You have to turn... Oh, like the drawing sensitivity. Yeah, I know what you mean. Mine do that too. I get... You want to try and do sweeping motions with your elbow. Whenever possible, don't do this. Do this. This was one of the best things that I ever learned when I was in art school. Also, is it too dark? No, it's fine. When I was in art school, is you want to use your entire arm. It prevents fatigue. You want to get used to it. So what we used to do was we would do gesture drawings just like you would in an art class. But we would take our pencils and she would have us stand up. We would have to tape our pencils to the bottom of the ruler, the yardstick. For you guys, I guess it would be a meter stick. And we'd have to draw standing up, doing this. So we got used to the fact that we would have to do all of these fun gesture drawings, but on a larger scale, so that we got used to using the entire arm. So try it out, chat. Try doing some drawings on a big giant pad. Draw your friends. Put your pencil. We used to like a charcoal stick. You know, one of the ones where you like have to unravel it. As it gets dull, you unravel the whole thing instead of having to physically sharpen it. And we would just tape that to the bottom of the stick and we would just have to stand and just use gestures, wide sweeping gestures. So that we would learn to not only use our wrist, but to use the entire arm itself. The cosmic horrors. Listen, I've drawn some interesting stuff. I did have a artist friend of mine. He was actually in the Pierce the Veil cover group with me. And his final project was he made a robot throwing up and he took a whole bunch of like components, like computer components. He like ripped out a whole bunch of motherboards and stuff. And he attached it to the painting. And it was beautiful. I loved it. I thought it was really fun and creative. Whereas I made a large waterfall out of some extra fabric that I had. I used a whole bunch of popsicle sticks and chicken wire as the base. And I sewed the entire thing together. Chat, where is my needle? Where is this? Where is this popping out at? Is that it? Oh, that's it. Found it! So I'm trying to do the same thing where I'm gonna hide this knot. So if it ever breaks, just do the same thing. Come through an inconspicuous spot. This is gonna get covered up. So nobody will see the bottom of the head. Damn it! I guess my knot wasn't big enough. Let me make a bigger knot. Let's see, chat. Chat, you guys could still see, right? Okay. It's getting really dark, so if it gets too bad, let me know and I'll turn on the light that's on the camera. I don't want to turn on the overhead light because it's very orange. So everything will look different. All right, this might be better. Let's see. All right, I think that might be better. All right, so let's try this again. So we're once again gonna come up. I'm going the wrong way. We're once again gonna come up through the bottom of the head. We're gonna shove the needle the entire way through. Where is it coming from? Where is it, chat? Hold on. Nope, that's too far up. So let's pivot it a little bit more. And now where is it? Where are you? Let me see if I squish it. Where is this coming from? Aha, over here. All right, that's a little better. How often do I get commissioned? Not frequently anymore. I get a lot of our friends now, like streamer friends that'll hit me up. You know what? Let's see if I could hide it over here, chat. Because that seems to not be working. A lot of our streamer friends will commission me. And I'm okay with that now because they're a lot more understanding of the amount of time that I can devote to it. A lot of it used to be either friends of friends or people that would find me on Etsy, but I would have a lot of problems with a lot of the people that would find me on Etsy. So that's one of the biggest reasons why I don't go back to doing it full-time. Is, let's just say a lot of entitled people. And that's no fault of theirs. There are some people that, you know, can go above and beyond and do absolutely everything that they want, and, you know, that's great for them. Hi, Cat! Hi! Hi, buddy! Are you coming up? Hi, honey! Hi! Hi, kitty! He's under my chair. Hi, bud! Can you get up? Do you need me to pick you up? I think he's gonna come over there. Hi! Oh my goodness, good morning! Where were you all day? Sorry, I was gabbing, and then the cat came in. You know, people want exactly what it is that they want, and they will be extremely picky to the point where a lot of the times they don't understand some of the limitations that I have, even if I spell them out. And, it could get very overwhelming for me, and very disheartening for me. Oh, are you leaving? Bye, cat. Goodbye. So, that's a problem with myself. So, I just prefer not to. A lot of our friends, though, most people that'll hit me up are people that, like, know me and know that I'm going to do work. Oh, no, I didn't actually put that together. Hold on, we gotta redo that. I only did the back, I didn't do the front. Damn it. Alright, well, let's see if I could sneak this through. You know, and I appreciate the affordances that come from friends of mine, because I've got a lot of things going on, including streaming, things for streaming, health-related stuff, general busyness, and also limitations that I have, so. Do you count your pins or needles? No, what I do is I will actually rub my hands all over every project that I do to make sure, because I have actually had, and I will not name them, chat. I have actually had a friend who has sent me a plushie before that had several pins in it. I will not name them, because to me, I did not care. But because I am giving these to children, I cannot count the pins and needles, so what I do is I just have to, like, feel up the plush, pretty much. So, general busyness. Hi, Pinky. Why are you general busyness? Let's see. I know you've been here, but now I have to refer to you as, like, the proper general busyness. Alright. Let's keep going. Alright, so now I should be able to knot this. I just pulled out the pin, and now it's not falling. Alright. And then we're going to do the same thing, and we're going to bury the thread. And pull this out. Ow. Through. Ow. I keep missing. Would a magnet work? It would probably adhere to it, but it probably wouldn't be enough to actually pull out the pin. So what I like doing is I like squishing. I like, you know, really seeing, because sometimes if there's pins that are inside. So let's say, for example, for the penguin, if I put a pin in here and there isn't a pin head on it, what could happen if I squish this is it'll actually pop. So you can actually see this a couple of times if I pull this, especially through here. You can actually see the pins. You could see the pins as they go through. So I like squishing it and rubbing it and feeling it down, throwing it around, because then the stuff that sticks out, the stuff that falls out, is a better way to do it. It is dangerous, but it's better that than to have a child have this and have a pin poke out. But yes, I bought a plushie from a friend of mine. Excuse me, who's fairly well known in the plush community. And I found 4 pins in there. Now, it's actually recommended, especially when you're taking pictures of plushes, that sometimes it looks better to actually put pins in them. So I'm assuming they probably went to go take the pictures and then just forgot. Which is fine. You know. But they took the pictures and then just left it. No, I don't think they secretly hate me. I don't think that they pay enough attention to me. Like, I say the word friend pretty loosely. How does one join the plush community? And is like taking members. So, for the plush making community specifically, it used to be by invite only. But now there's actually more people that run plush making discords. That if you go around, especially on Blue Sky, there's actually quite a few groups that you could join now. So, and a lot of them will join multiple, some will only join 1 or 2. The one that I was part of, the person who was running it has since left the plush making community. So, for a while it was by invite only, and then I was inviting some people. But then I left that community, so I wouldn't recommend them just based off the fact that they got a little catty. But there are some kind ones. So even just follow some of the plush makers on Blue Sky. Some of the people that I could recommend who I still talk to, Maddie, Mad Hatter Plushes, Sock over at Thimble's Thread, Shifty, who actually makes the little dittos, if you know what I'm talking about, if you've ever seen those. Obviously Brittany, but I don't know of any of the communities that Brittany is in for BZR. But she does have a community of people who make her plush patterns, like especially the bats. She has that on her Facebook. Like, there's multiple communities everywhere, which I think is really nice. I think it's great. Who else is still about? Folly Lolly, also now sells fabric. Dolphin Wing also sells some fabric wholesale. That's where I got this vanilla custard and tomato from. Selenis Threads, who does the Eevee plush that I make. Who else? Mon Pattern is a really good one in the French community, actually. I think French or Spanish. And then there's, Rococo, who I talked about earlier. Rococo Pigeon, who is actually a friend of Petra? Who else is there? Who else am I missing? There's tons of people. Demodex plush. Who else do I have patterns from? Dragon's Garden. Shoot, who's the one that makes the really cute cupcakes? There's quite a few. There's quite a few people who I either know or know of, or who I've worked with some of these. So, I get to work with exotic fabrics. I work with a lot of brocade, actually. I like brocades, and I like a lot of silk. The only problem is it's very thin. It's very flimsy. It will absolutely unravel, so you need to use pinkering shears. So, chat, you know those shears that everybody played with because they had the zigzags? The zigzags is actually meant for sheer fabrics such as that. It helps it so they don't unravel as much. So there is actually a purpose to that. So if you see those in a sewing stash, those are not for fun. Don't use those on paper. You'll destroy them. Unfortunately, they're very difficult to sharpen. So most people end up just buying a new set. But there is a purpose for those. With pineapple silk, not pineapple silk especially, but more of the plasticky types of silk. And velvet, I actually have an entire bolt of red velvet that a coworker actually gave to me so that I can make a cloak with it because she was clearing out her mom's stash. Because over in Canada, they have a fabric store called Poundland, is what it's called, I think. And her mom used to collect tons and tons of fabrics from there, so we have a whole bunch of vintage velvet from there. This is human leather crafting training. It is, yeah. We're making human leather hats is what we're doing. See, if I go into the makers and crafting category, nobody's gonna understand any of this. They're gonna think I'm insane. I'd rather not be discovered while we're talking about this. While we're playing RimWorld, sure. When we're sitting here making a bat for children, no. Absolutely not. Alright, so chat, I did the running stitch through here again. And now I'm trying to pull this tight. And I have to push through all of these ugly edges and all of the extra and pull it. And then we're going to go across and pull this closed. Oh, damn it. Not again. Oh. It's already insane. No, RimWorld is. Not sewing plushies, no. Damn it. Did the music also turn off? Hold on, we'll give it a second. It may be done. To be fair, we've been listening to it for quite a few hours. Well, shit. Well, shit. Has been weird and dark and insane. Oh, shit. I don't know if they want to hear about war crimes, honestly. Chat, we're almost done, so I don't think I'm going to get back up and put on the music. Is that alright, chat? We've only got maybe 10 minutes left. Is that alright, chat? Will you guys get mad? I'm not trying to sew myself into it. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to pull this taut. And, it didn't like that, and so it snapped. It snapped twice in the same spot. I'm sorry, chat. We're just gonna have to listen to ourselves. I'm so sorry. I don't know what we're gonna do in this situation. And Mason Bottle. Ah, okay. No, I know what you're talking about. I've talked about this before. I actually got paid by the Confucius Institute of the college that I was at to make a whole bunch of traditional Chinese outfits, actually. Not even like cheongsams, but like, you know, traditional ones, like old ones. So I would do that. No, absolutely ask away. That's what the whole point of this is. We're sitting here and we're sewing and stuff, so always ask me stuff about sewing and things. Listening to yourself. Listen, I tried. Alright, we gotta try this again. Damn it. I hope your guitar practicing is going well, though. Alright. Well, I don't think we have to restart completely over here. But some of this is unfurling, as you can see. So let's see if I could get away with maybe... I think it's really pulling apart. Alright, let's see if I could do extra going across a couple of different ways. And then maybe that'll work out. Alright, so it's still fairly tight. That's what that squeaking sound is that's the sound of the thread attempting to pop, but I don't want it to. You need to have a firm grasp, not strong. Otherwise your thread snaps, but this happens. To be fair, I'm also fairly rough with my plushies, because then I make sure that they're not going to fall apart too. Because, like I said, if a kid comes up to it and starts squeezing it, throws it away. And my fingers hurt? No bleeding? Okay, good. The only thing that I ever learned was Rockstar A. Because my hands are too small. My dad's a guitar player. He actually has quite a few, Les Pauls. He really likes those ones. And he has a Gibson, you know, Cherry Starburst one. You know what I'm talking about? The same one that, Jimmy Page played when he was in, Led Zeppelin, specifically. Like, he's still technically part of Led Zeppelin. Like, I don't think Led Zeppelin ever stopped. But specifically for Jimmy Page with that Starburst. Yeah, he has one of those. My dad's pretty cool. My dad always said that if he could ever make a band, he was going to name it Blinding Poverty. Chat, don't steal that from my dad. My dad's too cool, but he's never making a band. My dad just turns... No, he's going to be turning 61? What is it, 2025? Yeah, he's going to be turning 61. So, my dad's pretty cool, but he's not making Blinding Poverty anytime soon. My good old dad. Alright, let's see. You could always tell whenever my dad was home, when I was coming home from school, because you would just hear guitar music going. He took lessons once, hated learning how to read music, and then just taught himself. So, he taught himself how to play. He did based off of the sounds. So you could give him any song, and he will replicate it based upon the sounds that he hears. So he's pretty good with that. He doesn't know any of the he doesn't know any of the notes. He doesn't know what exactly it is. He just knows based off of each individual sound, and he goes from there. All right, chat. So now we've pulled out through the back over here. I don't think there's going to be enough thread that I'll be able to put it all together, but we can at least get the anchor points to put the head on in the first place. So let's see. So let's put this here. And we'll attach this here. And then we'll go through to the front and pull this through. And then we'll anchor the front to the same spot. I think because this one is such a big one, I'm going to do this a couple of times. So let's keep doing this anchor point. Here we go. And, oops, that's a little stuck. So we'll go back through the front again, and then I'm going to wrap this thread around the back. So you could go back through the body, but what I'm going to do is this is going to create more of an anchor point. I'm going to go back to where we just were, and then we're going to start sewing from there. So Back to the back. And up through the head. See? What do we think, chat? How do you like them? Yay! Chat! He's not completely done yet. I have to finish putting the rest of the head on, but what do we think? Without chat, how long would it take me? I'd say probably about 3.5 hours if I really sit down. Probably 3.5 at most. If I get distracted, probably closer to 5. Chat, we did it! Hey! I'm not gonna have you guys sit and suffer through me putting the head on. You guys already saw how that goes. So I promise I'll actually do this after I hit end stream. Unlike what we did with Blueberry Bat. But chat, look at that! So far we've gotten 2 of our bats done for Bat Week. We have Blueberry Bat, we have Chocolate-Covered Cherry Bat. What do you mean no? I know, I gotta go. I gotta go click. You want me to see it? Chat, it's gonna take me 10 minutes, is that okay? It's gonna be 10 minutes of silence and me just talking. Is that okay? I'm not gonna get up. Go turn back on the music for 10 minutes. We wanna see? Oh my god. But chat, Blueberry Bat. Do we get to name the bat? I mean, you can. I'm not keeping this bat. If you guys want to name the bat, you're welcome to, but this is going to another child. Unless somebody wants this bat, then hit me up, but otherwise, this is going to go to a child at Halloween. Which, I think I want to also make some dragons this year. So maybe we'll do that. Cowpog the Conqueror! What the hell does that mean? The hell is he conquering? Cherries? What the hell is he conquering? Because I am going to have to switch out my thread here too, so let's... Oh no, I sewed myself in! Alright, there we go. Alright, that's pretty tight. Let's go ahead and knot this off. Ow. 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 A girl bat or a boy bat? I don't care. I don't care. Either one. 2 cocker cherries. Cherries are very expensive, are they not? The last time that I got cherries, they were like almost $15 a pound. I don't think cherries are that fucking worth it. Maybe I'm just spoiled. How some dolls are manufactured and sewing the hair is horrifying. Yeah, it does not subscribe to the gender binary. Cowpog is a they, okay? I'd say probably non-binary, if I had to hazard a guess. One of my alpacas, actually several of my alpacas are either non-binary or the opposite gender of what you'd think. They're cheap, though. No, over by me, a lot of the, harvests have been pretty bad. Like, especially last year, that was really bad for strawberries because it was too wet. So they all got molded out on the vine that they were growing from. So I was the only one that had a pretty decent strawberry harvest because mine are all growing vertically. So I have a fence that runs around my property. So I have some hanging baskets that I put strawberries in. So. Gender's stainless steel. Alright. Your gender is stainless steel. Are you alright with that, Bat? Bat, I don't think cares. So, we have to import a lot of our fruits over here. A lot of the stuff that's grown in this general area is like strawberries, blueberries, and corn, for the most part. There is some soybean production, but for the most part, a lot of the states that are near here will have lots of corn, especially corn for livestock feed. We don't have a lot of livestock around here, but we export the actual corn meal that goes to, you know, like dairy farms and cattle farms and things like that. So It's a form that the gender was male, female. Stainless steel. I would have picked stainless steel. I would have picked stainless steel. Chat. I'm supposed to be going overseas sometime next year. Chat, some of you guys may know that there is some worldly events going on. Soy is the most planted plant and it's basically used to feed livestock. Yeah, a lot of the plants are actually going to feed livestock, which is very unfortunate. But there's more money in livestock than there is in vegetables, so. Otherwise it's potatoes and beets. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, no, we're a lot of soybeans and a lot of corn. And very few fruits. A lot of our fruits are imported from Mexico, actually. Chat, with all of the worldly things going on, I don't know if I'm going overseas next year, but we'll see. I've been debating with some of my doctors of changing my gender back on all my official forms, so we'll see, chat. Because I don't know if I'm going to get hassled. So we'll see. So I was freaking out about that last night. Chat, I do not recommend, if you have a phone that you're able to turn on sleep mode, and you're able to disable certain apps after a certain time, would highly recommend turning those off. Block yourself from going on social media. Don't go on Reddit. Don't have a browser available after like 8 or 9 o'clock. Just block it. Just trust me, chat. Just trust me. That downward spiral at night is not worth it. Chat, this is your vibe check. Go and block your apps at night. The ones that you know that you're going to stay awake on. And freak yourself out with. Alright, chat, let's see. So this time I think I'm going to go around 3 times, because this is actually a fairly large head. So I'm afraid that they're going to, like, fling this around and the head's going to pop off. So we're going to keep going around a couple of times. I did put enough thread on this needle this time, so I should be able to. But now this is going to be 2 separate threads as well for partial. So I think this might help. So let's keep going around in a circle. There we go. This is a little squishy. Get bad eyesight and lose your glasses. I have checked for pins, actually, yeah. I do periodically check for pins as I'm sewing, too. So I'm going to have to squish. We're also going to have to do the throw at the wall test. I do this for all of my plushies. Just because. I did have a friend of mine who was also making these bats and was selling them as well. Who actually did have somebody that reached out and said, hey, one of the wings is coming apart. I still don't know to this day if this was someone that was just searching for a refund or what have. So. States their gender is stainless steel. Can we make a tiny little passport? A metal detector one? Yeah, but then it's not going to tell me where it is. It's a big wand. Alright, chat, here's round number 2. So I'm going to try and go into spots where I haven't already sewn, hopefully. Because this is so big, I should be able to actually find those spots a little bit easier. I do also still have to go through the wing. I usually do that on the second pass. The first pass, because as you keep going, it's actually going to make the head smaller. Because what you're doing is you're not going over where it was that you just were. You're actually going a little bit outside of the line that you made previously. So this is actually going to make them a little bit more squat looking. So as you can see, now we're sewing over here. And same thing up here. I'm not going back to where I was. So then in case if this thread gets cut, there's the thread inside from previous. So that it should hopefully stay together a little bit more. But yeah, my friend Zach actually gave them a refund, and I was like, I would have asked for pictures. I don't trust them. With a little crayon? Oh, that'd be cute. If I was better at stuff like that, I would. I did show you guys some of my art. I still hold to it that the crayon drawing that I did for that Rosalina art in the book is still my favorite art that I've ever done. I like the fake digital crayon look. Something about it is just so much fun to me. All right. We're back up here at the front. Okay. That seems pretty good. So now let's go around once more. And keep pulling this through the entire way. My arm is starting to hurt, actually. I did some yoga yesterday after my doctor's appointment. And it definitely hurt my shoulder a little bit. But it was a good kind of hurt. Okay. And we'll pull this through. Is my favorite of your artworks? Oh, is that the octopus? Is that why you asked me to make you an octopus with a top hat as a plush? I do really enjoy doing those because I think you guys really get a kick out of them. Because even Minecraft still brings up Arceus to this day. Hi, Murd. How are you? It is a little fruit bat. Wait, you didn't even see. This is Blueberry Bat. We finished Blueberry Bat yesterday. We did a Blueberry Bat. But this one is a Chocolate Cherry Bat. Alright, that should be at least 2 times through. Did I go through the... I did go through the wing. See, this is perfect timing because now we finished the other bat that we made today. Let's go ahead and we'll knot this off. I'll only go around 2 times because I put a lot more stitching than I think I needed to. Alright, so we'll knot this a couple of times. And here again. And then let's bury our thread. Introduce the bat properly? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta pull this through. Hold on. Well, this is Blueberry Bat. So Blueberry Bat got made yesterday. So this one features gold eyes because I accidentally made gold eyes previously for a different plush, but I unfortunately forgot to put them in and also put them on the wrong size eye. So I guess it worked out for the best. So now Blueberry Bat has, really pretty gold eyes. And is in the color Peacock that you could get from Big Z Fabrics. And this is a digitally printed blueberry cotton that is on the inside and in the ears. We did recommend that it's probably better to keep the ears down. We could have pitched them up, but they stay a little bit floppier this way, so it's a little bit more like a bunny almost. So we've already done the all the tests. I've checked. There's no pins. It's all good. And he's weighted, so he falls exactly down. It does make a little bit of a thud as a result. And that's Blueberry Bat. So Blueberry Bat was yesterday. And then today, we have made, what is his name? Crozodon the Conqueror? We've made Crozodon the Conqueror. So, ignoring the purple that's on the wing, that's actually a temporary marker, so that's going to disappear over time. This is a chocolate-covered cherry bat. So, this one is the larger size. This one is actually the same size as Chat Bat. So, as you can see, this is the same exact pattern that is scaled up. I think it's 150... Oh, Kalbdahog the Conqueror. There you go. Kalbdahog the Conqueror is this one's name. So this is the same pattern that's scaled up. This is the original size in Blueberry. So this one's bigger. And you could see more of the cherries with it. Gender stainless steel. That's true. See? See? Look at that. Aren't they cute? So this one's just bigger. We still got a lot of the same things. We still got the little butt here. We still got these really nice feet over here. We've got the chocolate cherries. You can't really see it very well on the ears. That's kind of why we pitched it up like this. So they're tacked down to the point where we could kind of have it where you can kind of see the cherries. I tried to, when I was cutting this out, make sure that you could have at least like 1 or 2 cherries so you know exactly what's going on. But you're going to get more of it on the wings. So I can make another one of this motif, but in this smaller size. So I purposely made sure that some of the cherries are going to be in the middle of this ear. But this one is definitely going to look better. Reminds me of Toothless? Kind of, yeah. I do actually have a pattern for a toothless dragon that I make all the time. At my last job, I made one for every single person that I worked with. That was fun. I make those on the embroidery machine. That's from Dragon's Garden. But his head is actually a little cockeyed, as you can see. It actually goes a little bit to the side. I don't know why it's like that. Wait, if I do that, does that help? It's still a little washed out. It's just a little washed out, chat. Can I actually dim that? Is that way? No, wait, is it this one? Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go, chat. That's better. Here we go. Here's the Conqueror. This is a little bit better. Now it's not all completely washed out. That's much better. So here's the cherries. Here's the cherries. Aren't they nice? So there you go. That looks a hell of a lot better. That's no longer, like, completely washed out. Here's the full view going this way. There we go. So now it's not sideways. See, chat? Look at that! Look at that! So I'm not keeping these bats. These ones are actually going to be given out to, a biblically accurate googly angel. I don't want googly eyes. I have googly eyes. I don't want them. So, we're actually making a bunch of these because I give these out at Halloween to kids. So, I'm not actually keeping them. Here's the bat, the blueberry bat, not sideways. Let's see. We got blueberries. Blueberries! That's a nice digitally printed one. Unfortunately, what that means is if this pulls, as you can see, there's a couple of spots where you just have white lines. That's because the fabric pulled. So, we gotta be very careful with Blueberry Bat. A lot of these prints are digitally printed, so they're all gonna kind of do that. But there's not much we can do about that. And here's who we just made today. So this purple that you see over here, this is with a temporary marker, so that's gonna disappear after a while. It's both air and water soluble, so we don't have to worry about it. But as you can see, his head is actually a little skewed. So here's the center. Here's where his head goes. So he's going to be permanently looking this way. You can actually really tell from over here. So his head points this way, as opposed to this way like it's supposed to. So chat, this one's going to be permanently looking to the side. Look at that. So there you go, chat. We've made another bat. Welcome to Bat Week. I hope you all like that because we're doing it again tomorrow. How do I remove fabric glue from fabric? Bad scoliosis. No, he's just looking this way. He's just always looking this way. It's not scoliosis. Let me also check. I don't feel any pins. I'm like really scrunching. No, I don't feel any pins or anything, so we're good. And, chat. Oh, he bounces actually pretty well. So with the throw against the wall bounce test, I think he's fine. Nothing's falling apart. Yeah, no, he's fine, chat. He is, perfectly fine. Chat, we did it! Hey! So, fabric glue from fabric, unfortunately, if it's not a water-soluble one, the best way to do it is to actually, if it's like a minky like this, where it's actually got a little bit of what's called a nap, you want to actually take some scissors, and you want to go at it at an angle. You want to go following the nap of the fabric, straight up and down, not like this. You want to actually cut it. You want to actually cut it so that the fibers themselves are going to peel apart. Then afterwards, you're going to very carefully part the C almost, and you're going to have each part come up and then cut across. So you're essentially remaking the fibers of what you've already got the first way, and then you cut off the top. So you're going to have a little bit of a bald spot, which is why you don't want to use fabric glue as much as possible, because the fabric glue, unfortunately, is one, not as strong, and two, causes a lot of issues. They made the fabric split in half and I tried to glue it. Yeah, I'd vote that might be an opportunity to kind of trim, especially if it's, is it like a felt? If it's a felt, it might be a little bit harder, but it's a zigzag that interlocks. Yeah, I think that might be a felt then, if it doesn't have any of the nap that you would have here, like the soft fur that you have on the rest of Scrimply. Then I'd say that's probably an interesting time. That's going to be a probably cut it away. That's probably a cut that away and start it over again. You could probably get the same fabric again, and you could probably replace it yourself, and then do the same thing where it's a ladder stitch to reapply it. Yeah, send it over. I'll take a look. That would probably be the best bet. But there you go, chat. Any other plush questions? Otherwise, I think we're done. Hi, Moo. Moo, you came in right at the end. Look at the bats. We finished, what is it? I keep saying Calzador. Hold on. Wait, what is it? What is the name? What is it? Kalbdahog the Conqueror. So this is Kalbdahog the Conqueror, and this is the blueberry bat that we made yesterday. Welcome to Bat Week. And then this is Chat Bat. Chat Bat looks like shit because chat decided on the colors. Just like chat. Chat, y'all look like shit. No, you all look eclectic and fun. How soft is this? So it depends on the fabric. The Big Z fabric that we have here is actually a smaller nap. That's what it is. They call it a nap. So this furry fabric, this is only a 1 millimeter. So they're always measured in millimeters. That's not the thickness of the fabric. That's the thickness of how the nap is. Now, the thing that I like most about this fabric, this is from Shannon Fabrics, is they are anywhere from 2 to 3 millimeters. So they're a lot more soft. So when you pet them, you really see just how much of a change there is, because it's much longer. The next closest would probably be if you went for like a rabbit or a chinchilla fabric. So they're very expensive for those, but man, are they soft. So I'd say this is probably like a 6. Probably a 6. So yeah, very soft. Much softer than blueberry because of the nap. So we'll also get that with Chat Bat, for example, because as you can see, the nap is very short pile. So I'd say this is probably like a 0.5 millimeter. So whereas, as you could see, there's the difference. You could see the physical difference. So this is more of that Shannon fabric. This is about 3 millimeters, whereas this is 0.5. You can actually physically see it when next to each other. And then the ear is more of that, so this is closer to the 3. So the ears are very soft, whereas this is not very soft. It's more velvet. Is that a good way to describe it? This is more velvety. This is more soft as a result. Does that make sense, chat? It's so hard to describe without you actually, like, touching it and feeling it. Whereas these ones are both the Big Z fabric, so these are, like, probably about 1 millimeter. So this purple is softer. This is velvet. This is velvet. This is soft. And this is soft. Chat Bat, albeit looking very kooky, is actually the best representation of all of these different fabrics. Because they're all different things. So there you go, chat. This is you guys. This is Chat Bat. If you've never met Chat Bat, we made Chat Bat back in October. So if we ever get a stream pet, it's gonna be this guy. That's gonna be you all. Is it? Oh, it's the earrings. I was like, what is making that noise? It sounded like pins dropping. It's the earrings. The earrings hit the sewing machine. So there you go, chat. Chat, we made bats. What do you think? Here, chat, we'll put them all here. Then you guys should be able to see them. Chat, what do we think? Hold on, will you stay here? Hold on, and then will you go here? Hold on, this might be better. There you go, chat. What do we think? No, I want to go this way. Chat, what do we think? Bats. Chat, we did it! Chat, I always like making these, so if you guys ever want a bat, always hit me up. I will send you a bat, because I make tons of these. But I think these two are either going to go to my roommate who works with kids, because some of them have been asking, or they're going to give it out at Halloween. So chat, if you didn't see, we are making more this week. Tomorrow we're going to be making a fat bat, which is actually a totally different pattern. So we'll do that one. I think I'm going to do the embroidery off stream for you guys, because otherwise it rattles and shakes the camera. And then what we will do is we will come back to this on Thursday, or Friday. Thursday. Yeah, we're going to make a fat bat. So they're pretty chunky. It's going to be similar to the one that I made Velvet, which I did show you guys on stream a little bit ago. It's a chunky bat. They're very fat. They have tiny wings, and I love them. So we're going to make one tomorrow, and then we'll come back on Thursday, and we'll make a tiny one of these. You really like Bat Week and sewing streams? I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I'm always worried that people won't like it, so I'm glad. But, chat, if you want a size for the tininess, hold on. Because I actually messed up a bat. Let me see if I could grab them. I actually messed up a bat. So speaking of Luna getting glue all over, I actually did that here. So there's all of this messed up glue. But chat, this is the size of the head of the tiny ones that I make. So just for scale, here's the large one and here's the tiny one. So chat, we're going to make a tiny bat on Thursday. So if you guys want to stick around till Thursday, we got this little tiny guy that we're going to make a friend for. They're very small. I make all of these completely by hand because it's impossible to fit this small of a size through the sewing machine. So it'll be a nice long stream of us just sitting here and hand sewing together. So it'll be great, chat. So, and then we'll play a bat game on Friday and then maybe Satisfactory on Saturday and we'll see how it goes. Sound good, chat? Chat, tiny bat. Look at this tiny head. Look how little it is. Because I got glue on him, I got really upset and I threw him away. And then I went, you know, he doesn't deserve that. I think I'll keep him. So Luna, this is what I was talking about. How I have all this glue stuck here. There's a big patch right here. What I like doing with scissors is I'll go straight up, following the nap. So the nap goes this way, so I'll go like this. And then once it's all into little tiny fibers, I'll just make them shorter. Does that make sense? So, at least for this sort of stuff. So, I still need to work on his. I still need to fix him up. And I need to make him a body. So, chat, they're really tiny when they're this size. This is like 50% the size of what it should be. So, they're little tiny things. So, chat, that'll be fun to do too. And we'll get to show off all of the different sizes. So, chat, yay, Bat Week! Chat, we did it! We made a whole other bat again! So, chat, I will be back tomorrow at the normal time. We'll make a fat bat. I will make his face off stream and show you guys how to do that. Probably through pictures, honestly. So, we'll see. But chat, thank you everybody for being here. I really appreciate it. I appreciate everybody that stopped by. I appreciate all of the follows that we had. I appreciate everybody that talked. I appreciate everybody that lurked. So thank you, chat. Thank you all for being here. If you didn't see, yesterday we rated Cleric. So please go and drop a follow because Cleric is doing a subathon right now. But let's go and see who I could drop you guys off to. So chat, I'm going to go over to my computer and I'll switch to an ending soon screen and I will send you guys on your way. So thank you everybody for being here. I hope to see you guys again tomorrow for a different kind of bat and hope to see you guys on Thursday to make a tiny bat. So thank you everybody. Enjoy the rest of your Bat Week and I will see you guys tomorrow. if I could get out of my goddamn chair. Oh my god, I am stuck. I hate this, chat. Oh, and I stepped on all of the poly pellets! Ah! Chat, I gotta clean my office. Chat, I gotta clean the whole thing. I'm stuck. Thank you, Eb. Chat, I'm stuck. I ran over my cord. Ah! Bye, chat.